Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, September the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And I get a couple of yeses, thank you, so you can hear me and you can see my screen. Excellent. So let's see what is happening. Now, first of all, KDMN, if you see this one, I'm not going to mention it other than this. KDMN is a buyout. Nice if you were holding this one overnight. KDMN, nice little 73% pop. No inkling this was going to happen. Amazing, isn't it, with this day and age? But the stock was just at 530. Look at a flat lining for most of the days ahead of this, and now it's a big buyout. GANX. I don't think it's held its gains. That's the problem. GANX. This is positive data. This is not shortable for me. I don't believe it was. Oh, it is actually. Okay, maybe the shorts became available. Anyway, this gapped up all the way up to 15. It's given up a third of it though. GANX. Positive data. Not positive enough, obviously, to hold these gains. China Education, CLEU. This was gapping up. I know GOTU. Nah. I mean, it's up there, but I find these really, really difficult. This got up to 464, but it's dropped $1 from the highs in the pre-market. Speaking about COTI, I couldn't see the price. COTI is a financing. I couldn't see the price. Oh, it says announce the pricing of secondary offering, stock by KKR. Just don't see the price. Do they? Okay, I just don't see the price in the headline that I'm reading. Well, if it's 833, that's holding the financing price then. Not bad. And you can see right there, 825, it's sitting right on that 200-day moving average for COTY. Be Big, you guys have been talking about that one. Big meme stock, Be Big. On the move here, look at this after hours action. Continuing, almost an all-time high. Yeah, and you know, the float numbers, I say this all the time. You go to, especially for some of these smaller ones, you go to 10 different websites. I'm sure you're going to get 10 different float numbers. SPRT is alive today, guys. I don't know if it's still hanging high here. SPRT, yeah, not bad. Another meme stock, of course. I don't know if I can't absolutely solidify whether they've got a hold of this one today. I'm just looking at my headlines. I don't see, but you know, this was certainly a meme stock. Thank you, Douglas. Thank you very much. I forgot to put the switch my screen. There you go. Thanks for reminding me. WIMI is an earnings play. WIMI is an earnings play. E-gap up, as I phrase it. Ooh, man, how choppy is this on this 2-minute chart, even on the 5, even on the 15. But it is an earnings play. It's up 5%. Decent volume. Broken out here on the daily. I'll mention this one, ARQQ. I actually traded this one after hours yesterday. I got pretty lucky on it, actually. ARQQ. It's up 16%. Of course, this was a flyer yesterday to do with business combination. Ended up taking this, is that up to 15? Yeah, I got on this candle right there. Got just in under 14 and sold just under 15. It was so quick. Of course, I was looking at this thinking this what happened yesterday when it got up to 26. You can see my screen now though, can't you? Those of you in YouTube. Just need a confirmation. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, what else we got here? IFRX, FDA news, had an interesting day yesterday, and now it's gapped up above yesterday's high. IFRX, well, at one point it was up above yesterday's high. Well, it still is. Okay, there's yesterday's high, 298. A bit of a doji action yesterday, above yesterday's high now, but again, 386 on the high in the pre-market is pulled all the way back down to 3. That's a big percentage drop. What do I think of it? I don't think anything of it. I'm not trying to be, I mean, it just is. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I have no insight in that company whatsoever. I know they were acquired for 950, and that's about it. WDH. WDH, I think this is an earnings play. WDH, yeah, little earnings play, little gap up here. And it's not a low float, 311 million in the float, so that's going to take a bunch to move this. This might be the move, and that's it. So again, when you ask me about KDMN, I mean, what do I think about it? Nothing really to think about, I suppose. I mean, it is what it is, 950 a share. If you're wondering why it's not 950 right now, well, depends how long it's going to take to close, if it closes, etc. PHM, builder, PHM, guiding lower. I think this went through the 200-day moving average also. Yeah, so this went through the 200-day moving average. They're guiding lower. I mean, October 21st is when they release, but they're sort of pre-releasing, saying, you know what, I'm not necessarily expecting a great quarter. So, PHM, a lot of downward pressure and through the 200-day moving average. More expensive one, for those of you who like the more expensive ones, Citrix, big pop up for Citrix. CTXS, big, look at this big gap up. Elliott disclosing a 10% stake in the company. OSG, I couldn't see any specific reason for OSG being down. I'm sure there's got to be a reason, but I don't see a specific one. And when I say that, I just can't see an immediate headline. But this is a big gap down, 17% OSG through the 200-day moving average. OPCH. Now this is gap down on a financing. Financing is at 26.90, so it's basically at the financing price. And Goldman piped in and said, "Hey, we still think we're looking at this with a $30 price target." So they've done a financing, 26.90, and Goldman has stuck a $30 price target on them. And Genie, G-E-N-I, I think this is an earnings play, G-E-N-I. Let's see if it pops up as an earnings, yes, an earnings play. So they have gapped down also. I did see ADMA. I thought it popped up and I thought it was giving up most of its gains. Yeah, so it got up to 162 and back down to 138. Yeah, so it says scores FDA approval. It's a big float, 126 million in the float. Oh yeah, they've got some kind of an FDA approval. Sunrun was having a bit of a pop here. All right, let me check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. And just give me one moment, please. All right, let's see how active the analysts are. Man, hardly any activity from the analysts this morning on the upgrades and downgrades. I'll get the upgrades in right now. There you have it. There are the upgrades, and I'll get the downgrades in. There are fewer downgrades. There you have it. 3 downgrades. This is from briefing.com. I'm hearing path. It's sinking here. Oh, it's an earnings play, guys. So look at path. Wow, this is an all-time low now. Path, P-A-T-H. This is an earnings play. Probably their first earnings release. Maybe the second. Looks like they did an IPO back here. So it's probably their second earnings release. All right, let's take a quick look to see what the sectors are doing in the pre-market. Aha! So, as we speak, all the energy plays that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. 100%. What else is happening? Kind of 50-50 for most of them. Energy certainly is the leader right now as we speak. Nothing else really jumping out. Nothing else really jumping out, but other than energy. So if you're looking to play some energy stocks today, if this holds, obviously you're going to be aligning yourself with the sector. Path is continuing down here. P-A-T-H. Trying to at odds with Canada Goose. Well, I know that there's 2 years ago they were. Yeah, so Obi-Wan, what I would recommend highly is that you download, if you don't have, when you click on new, and then if you don't see docked channel bar, make sure you download the latest beta from the website. Okay, but that's where it is. You can also do it from the channel bar. Problem is that everything in the channel bar is a layout. So if you have a layout up and running, you cannot it'll replace the layout that you have if you're using sort of the old version of using the channel bar. If you use the dock channel bar, no problem. And here it is, the sector status. Notice my layout is behind, and it's still there when I load something from our new channel bar. Okay, so it's called sector status. Okay? Okay, now like get rid of this, and what time is it now? AI doesn't start until at least 9:35, okay, Valparaiso? Not saying you'll get an alert at 9:35, but that's the earliest alert that you'll get. And I don't know how you're following it, but this is my recommendation, is from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, when you do that, this is the window that you'll see. Never mind these two, but you'll see this window. Notice how it's blank, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, that's what I would do. And then I would also take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout, so you don't have to do it every morning. So again, just from the toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. No thoughts for BBIG. I mean, I say this every day, but I tend to let things settle down first 15 minutes. If a BBIG runs away in the first 15 minutes, so be it. But I'm not looking to. I mean, it's an all-time high, right? Well, almost an all-time high right now. Obviously, the all-time high is up here at 1190. So it's very, very close. But it's a meme stock, right? It's a meme stock. I mean, there's no real reason. I do see they report an SEC filing, joint venture partners have completed and amended, et cetera, but it's a meme stock. So, if the WSBers get a hold of it again today, high short float percent. But again, you just have to wait for it to open and see. I'm loath to take these ones right off the bat. And yes, if it rips right from the beginning and it keeps going higher, again, so be it for me anyway. Well, if you look at WSB, are you familiar with the Wall Street bets? If you're not, oh, okay, wow. So you don't know what happened with GameStop, GME, and AMC earlier this year in January? You should look that up. If you're familiar with what happened with GME and AMC, well, that's the Reddit forum, WSB Wall Street Bets. That's the Reddit group that popped those two, and now they've had others over the course of the year. This being another one. So that's what we refer to as a meme stock. So these ones, like yesterday, I believed anyway that Clover, CLOV, was a meme stock. There's no reason for it to do this other than they piled into it. I don't know about Ganix, GANX. I don't know about that one. I mean, it has given up most of the gains. And it is shortable for me, but I mean, this got popped up to 15.15 or so, back down to 9.50. That's a huge percentage drop. And good news, guys, for those of you who are still looking to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, our promo code has been extended till the end of tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. I guess what happened is they put out the email on the weekend and they had the wrong promo code. So out of the goodness of Trade Ideas Hearts, we've extended it for one more day. So if you want to take 20% off, it's still available. Well, there's no question that BBIG is in a position to run. I mean, but it can be, even though it's not it's not a super low float, 51 million in the float, 52 million in the float. So it's not like it's a super low float situation. But of course, that short float percent is the driver. You know, it's funny. I was watching that EFTR after hours yesterday. I was really, really hoping this one would do its crazy thing. It just didn't do it. This, of course, went nuts yesterday. Got all the way up to almost $20, cut in half. So let's see if we can find another one like this one today. You know, out of nowhere. Excuse me, yeah, out of nowhere, these things can just start to run. And now this was a low float. Genie on the way down here, earnings play, GENI on the way down here. Let's see if this holds this area here. Down through 20 though. BYSI. I don't know if there's bad news anywhere. I mean, I'm sure you probably checked. At this point, I mean, I don't see any big reason to hop into it. I mean, it's on the way down, and it's still moving down a little bit. I don't see any September 10th. I mean, it does have earnings coming up, so. Right now, the bets seem to be, they're being placed ahead of time. Has earnings on the 10th before the market opens. So today is what, the 8th? So that's Friday. I never, ever, 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 I don't know how many times I can say ever, but I never hold through earnings. That's just a personal rule I've got. I'm not saying you don't have to do that, but you should be aware that earnings are coming up on Friday morning before the market opens. All right, 9:29. Where's William? I don't see William. Market's going to open in less than a minute. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I'm going to close down my pre-market scanner. No thoughts. I mean, when you ask me thoughts on it, I mean, it's a wild trader. So, I mean, I have no special insight that, okay, if it hits this price, this is what you should do. Okay. But I mean, look what it got to yesterday, up to $26. So, that other traders are looking at this and, wondering. So if all of a sudden, buying piles in, well, we don't even have we have no float information on it. mean, it's popping now. Yes, I mean it's. Hmm. Man, are we still having some data issues? BBIG, guys. So now, obviously, BBIG an all-time high. Well, when it hit here, anyway. But, you know, I mean, it got up to 12.18 and now it's dropped 60 cents just like that. So you've got to be careful with these. Look at this big topping tail. And of course, I'm going to be waiting to see what sort of scans I get from my abnormal option scanner. Tank. All right, Organics is having GANX a little bit of a pop here, but man, oh man, look! I mean, look at this topping. Look, got it right up here at $15, and that's a collapse, guys. So, and now it is not shortable for me. The shorts have been snapped up at Interactor Brokers. Now, what is the market doing? Let's take a look. Initially, we've got all the indices down. The Dow down, Tech is down, SPY is down, initially. All right, guys. Well, if you need further reason why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes, I mean, look, this could recover. I get it. But I mean, the stock BBIG got up to 12.24 and it went all the way back down to 10. I mean, it's almost a $2 drop, you know, in a $10 stock, $10, $11 stock. So, you know, you got to be careful first 15 minutes, in my opinion. So yeah, sometimes they just continue moving higher and higher and higher, and don't have a yeah, I'm sorry, ARQQ just got halted. Yes. So yeah, I mean, so you run the risk. Yeah, you don't take this right off the bat. It's halted. All right, WDH flying high, pre-market earnings play now starting to give it up. WDH. This OSG continues to move down. Again, I don't see any specific reason for it. And now we just have another halt. Boy, halts and CADL just got halted. Okay, now guys, this could be, and it's actually an earnings play. I didn't see this in the pre-market. Really didn't have that much of a move in the pre-market. This is an earnings play. This is a low float. Look out. This could go crazy. I mean, if this is an IPO back here, looks like it could have been an IPO as opposed to a symbol name change. I'm not 100% sure. But CADL, so halted at 1218. And of course it's a bio. These are the ones that can go crazy. All right, one moment please. All right, we actually had, now this one I've always found to be a little bit difficult as an intraday trader, WIMI, but it is an earnings play. The reason I'm bringing it to your attention, of course, is because it just popped into the option scanner. Now, let's take a look left. 550, 558 is the next high looking left on the monthly. That's not bad. But 513 is the next high on the weekly, so I think it's got to take that out. And then you get to that 585, so I think it really has to take that 513 out to really get it running. So I'm just going to stick an alert over 5 again for WIMI and see if it takes that out again and then gets close to that 513. All eyes on CADL though, CADL, once it comes out of its halt. Okay, this could be the crazy one for the day. With that float, all-time high of course, and it's actually an earnings play. So it's got a lot of things going for it right now. What I'm seeing right now, potential open is 1295, 1295. This is what I'm looking at. This is from Interactive Brokers. Your broker will have something like this. This has nothing to do with trade ideas. So you see the halt at 1218. There's the potential. This changes, of course. If it is a 5-minute halt, it will open at 48 seconds past 9:40. Okay, so Grumpy, thank you though. So it definitely was an IPO, okay. It isn't mine. Harry, it isn't mine, so I don't know what to say. Right there. And ARQ, yes, it opened. Seconds. All right, so we're getting close to the open of CADL if it's a 5-minute halt. So this should be in 20 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. And this 1297 is what 1313 is what I'm talking about. This is the potential for when it comes out of its halt. and a little bit anticlimactic, guys. So that is not going to be a 5-minute halt. So if it's not a 5-minute halt, it's usually a multiple of 5. So looks like this is going to be a 10-minute halt. So now we're looking at 9:45 plus 48 seconds for it to come out of its halt. You know, the other one that's bouncing is again, this is not for the faint of heart, okay? But EFTR from yesterday, one of the other crazy ones from yesterday. I lumped that in with the ARQQ. So what I'm going to do is I am going to put an alert for this one see if it can get back to where it closed yesterday. Looks like right around here. Just put a price alert there, see if it takes out and gets into a positive situation. I don't know what to say. Well, that's the reason, Harry. That's the reason. It's only has 23,000 shares. Cadle only has traded 23,000 shares. So when you say the only thing on my halt resume was 50K, well. Didn't Perigo get turfed yesterday from the S&P? Perigo got turfed yesterday, right? April, I don't know. I don't know if they institute. Probably they don't during regular hours. I don't know. But, I mean, I think there's a ton of volume in the pre-market now. Not as much post-market, but I think there's a ton of volume. Depending on the stock you're looking at, of course. But there's a lot of pre-market activity now. What was the one that was being added yesterday? All right, so I'm just going to take a look at Cadle, CADL, and what it's stacking up. I'm sure the people that got ticked off that it didn't open because they had a 13.13, depending where you got in. At least the longer it goes, the more, wow, but 13.25 now. Again, this is all I'm looking at right now, just, where it could open. Of course, you see how it changes. And we have wow, Holly's shorting a really cheap stock. I see. So the AI is looking at this as a sort of a parabolic move to short. Okay, well, All right, we have resumed. Wow, look at CADL, guys. Look at this. Look at this move. Holy smokes! I got halted at 12.18. It looks like it's going to get halted again. In fact, I'm sure there it is, halted again. Well, it would have been hard to get in and commit, but this, this is the crazy one for the day right now. Anyway, CADL. And why can this happen? The float. Alec on the way down. This is this is really tanking here. So the next low look at the month it had last month or 2 months ago. The low is 2087 2 months ago, so it's getting close to that. But this is starting to move down. See any news on it? They had some news after hours, and I guess they don't like the news. I guess it looks like their chief medical officer left, and so they've appointed an interim one. Yeah, Zach, it is. Just didn't have the resolve to take it out of the halt. EFTR guys, so I mean, EFTR is getting close to yesterday's close. It's getting closer and closer. Yeah, well, no shorts available for me, so I wish you well on that one. So yeah, guys, so keep an eye on EFTR if it goes positive, all right? Just keep an eye on it. Positive meaning it would have to get up to probably about 1266 or so. And see, once it gets positive, let's see if it has a run. All right, so these two windows you see here, nothing will happen until at least 9:45, and you can see nothing has happened yet. Now I have a delay in these two on purpose. Yeah, so the WIMI didn't really like it so far. This came from the option scanner, but yeah, I mean, look at that BBIG, guys. I mean, look, I mean, it got up to what, 12 something? 1224, back down just a little bit over 10 now. Another ugly one. Ugly, ugly, ugly. There's support up to 2218. Now starting to slip slide away. Yeah, any is moving. ANY, no, Zach just mentioned that one. I have that one thumbnailed. Another one of these meme stocks, I believe, anyway. So let's see. It is above, right at yesterday's high. All right, there's the, wow, I mean, it's a terrible spread, EFTR. 1238, 1270. I mean, it's not easy. $12.83 is where it closed yesterday. I'm going to put an alert around 12, in fact, just a little over 13. See if we can really clear that. And Cadle, yes, Cadle opened. All right, guys, I mean, listen, it's not easy, this one, but I've pointed it out. If you're new to trading, you might want to just shy away from it, but there it is, EFTR. All right, well, I hope it's an all right. It's going to be interesting to see how this opens, EFTR. Okay? Again, understand, in this room, I don't tell anybody what to do in terms of buying or selling. Just pointed it out. And that's the EFTR. All traders are looking at is what happened yesterday. That's all they're looking at. They're saying, wow, this got up to 19. Could it happen? Could it get anywhere close to that? And so, fingers crossed. I mean, you know, we're looking at maybe a 15 open, maybe. All right, Cadle, let's see what's happening with the CADL. So Zach, of course, able to find shares to short. So their poor souls cannot find shares. Most of us cannot probably find shares to short. However, let's see if this holds. All right, here's the any, guys. And when you look left, the next high looking left is 764. So that is far enough away. If it wants to break over 7, look at the volume coming in. 20 million shares in the float. ALEC continues this move down. Pointed this one out right around here. I've got to keep obviously I got to keep a close eye on this EFTR 957.37, 957.37. So still has about a minute and a half to open if it is a 5-minute halt for EFTR. Right now, it's not looking great. It's hard to know. I mean, it still says 1370, 1370, the bid and ask. Those of you following Sava, this one is taking a header also. I put that in yesterday. Give me a moment here. All right, well, this could be opening in 10 seconds. The EFTR. All right. Okay. Man. And I took some out, guys, so it's all over the place now. I was worried that it was going to gap down below. No, I mean this may still have some legs in it. Depending how, you just like to see it settle down a little bit. No more halts, just, trade a little more. I don't think it's going to, though. Trade more normally. Yeah, let's take a look at SRZN. That was from yesterday also. SRZN was another one that went crazy yesterday. How about the SOAC? That was another one. SOAC was another one that was crazy yesterday. Not crazy today. Not yet anyway. Just watching to see if this EFTR can really hold 14. Wow, and the answer is yes. All right, guys. I don't know. Again, I tell anybody to take that one. It's wild. AFTR. I'm sure Zach is looking to short it pretty soon. All right, I've taken more out. I don't have very much left, guys, of this EFTR. I'm holding some just in case it does something really crazy. Good. I didn't even look. I didn't even look, but I'm sure they're, yeah, I think that happened yesterday too, maybe. But they got snapped up, obviously. Well, that gets the blood going. Okay, guys, ONDS, what's the volume like? Kind of putrid. Yeah, SPY is just turning green. So yeah, so we have a bit of a turnaround here, guys. So we do have the little disconnect taking place. We've got the Dow up, SPY up, but tech is down. FBRX, let's take a look. Zach is talking about FBRX. Trying to come off the bottom here. Low float, 10 million in the float. So 595 is the next high looking left. So that's a little about $1.50 away. So kind of like the theme of yesterday, not a lot of follow through for some of the things that I'm looking at. You know, so what I mean by follow through, for instance, if you look at any, I mean, I don't expect it to keep going straight up, but as opposed to, you know, doing this, three nice big and then the drop. What we're looking for is, doesn't matter if that candle is red, but just not as wide. There might be a little bit of a rest, then another move, maybe a rest, a little pullback, but you know, this is all over the place right now. I'm just using any as an example. Good one, Zach. Actually, interesting bottoming tail for CADL now. Let's see if that holds it here on the 15-minute chart. Got all the way down to 11. So you know what? I mean, if it gets back up over, say, 12, 11 or so on some volume, that could get it running again. And then there's WKEY. Yes, it's ringing in my ear right here. WKEY. What are you doing? Of course, this is a NFG play, right? NFT play, NFG, NFT play. So the next high looking left is 792, so it's pretty close to that, and it's right at the 200-day moving average. This might be actually interesting to take a look at it short. If this 200-day moving average blocks it, and it's got room to run down. All right, well, it is definitely trying to get above that 200 day. I mean, there it is, 777. It's at 776 right now. I'm still a little, not worried. Well, reluctant. 792 is the next high looking left. If I can take that 792 and get up to 8, yeah. Well, relative volume is good. I mean, it's 10 times normal. I just wish it had more room. I wish all this weren't here. I wish the next high looking left would be around 9. It may show up later on in the option scanner. It's got a, the contracts have to pick up. Dr. NA, guys, strong little play here. Dr. NA, looking left, the next high looking left is 2062. No, that can't be right. Is 2219. Well, this has got some room. Dr. NA has some room, kind of basing a little bit here. So I'd be watching this one, see if it gets out of here on some volume. I want to see a little volume burst to take it out of this range. So I'm just going to stick an alert around, say, 2149. See if it takes that out on some volume. Because it does have some room to the high of yesterday. CNX is another maybe interesting one, just over the whole number, 12. After hours high yesterday was about 1214. Let's see what happens when we look left. Of course, it's an energy play, 1215. Just may not have enough room. Wow, look at EFTR. I'm completely out of it now, guys, but it bounced about $1.20 off that low. I'm completely out of EFTR now. Look at Dr. NA just as I was talking about it. I find BBIG a very difficult intraday trader anyway. This one is a weak one. CDZI. All right, well guys, this is a different day from yesterday. If you were here yesterday, by this time of the day, this basic new highs and the basic new lows were full. So this is definitely a different day from yesterday. Not as quite as much action. Yeah, the relative volume is good for the CDZI, but the overall is not great. So I'm definitely was looking maybe to short this one. I just don't like the overall volume. Relative volume is fine, but Space has had a nice run here, guys. SPCE, and if you look left, next high looking left, 25.54, takes that out. The next high looking left up here, that little spike high was 28.77. You know what? I mean, keep an eye on this one if it takes out 25.54, that high of a couple of days ago. And that's SPCE. Now, I think it's got to break 7. I think NE has to break 7. Oh, okay, you're talking from down here. All right, well, there's a WKHS on the way down. Oh, man, okay, on the way down. Somebody was mentioning this one earlier. Weak. KOLD, KOLD. I know somebody. Oh, okay. This is natural gas. Okay. Brr, cold. Yeah, nothing happening. Yesterday by this time we probably had about 5 or 6 of them. The WIMI, again, I'll only take this if it. I don't like it that much. It is an earnings play, so I mean it'll be active all day, but it's. 513 is right there on the weekly, 585. So for me, it's really got to get probably over 513. It just may not happen. So again, I say this all the time, but when I get an alert from my option scanner, doesn't mean just because I love the scanner, doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. I have to see what's happening on those higher time frames to see what sort of near-term resistance there is. All my scanners are pretty quiet. So the worst thing you can do is, in my opinion anyway, is start trading out of boredom. If it doesn't set up for you, don't get all anxious saying, man, I gotta be in a trade. Well, this looks okay, so I'm gonna take it, Just sit back. Somebody asked me about ADMA in the pre-market. Look at this now, just no follow through whatsoever. All right, MVIS coming back down to earth. Again, look at this one. I mean, it popped up to 1458. Market open, straight down. Getting near the 200-day moving average. This is a, I believe this was a this was a meme stock. All right, guys. Well, as things are settling in a little bit, I think probably as good a time as any just to welcome anybody who is brand new today into this trading room. Welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. Now, we had a promo code for Labor Day, and it got extended one day because I guess we goofed up or something. On the emails that went up, we had the wrong promo code in. So the company said, okay, we'll extend the offer for one more day. So you still have a chance if you want to get 20% off a subscription. Just getting the codes into our YouTube room. All right, so I put my link in. There's the code to use. I think my homepage has the change already, but let's back to the normal one. So I'm just going to take a look. Obviously, you use Labor Day 2021. So let's just take a. Now my homepage tab is always available right here, and there's the link that you'll see. So I'm just going to click on the link. Oh, it's still there. Okay. So let's take a look. So we have 4 plans. We have an annual monthly for premium and standard. So the premium service is $22.68 a year, minus that 20%. The standard is $10.68 a year, minus the 20%. The big difference is the AI, which is very quiet today. Okay, I'm going to go over the AI in a bit. There are some other differences, but that's the main difference. That's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. You don't have to go annual. You want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard, $118. Premium is $228. You can apply that 20% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Now, you can, if you took out a subscription today, the 8th of September, if by October the 7th you decided you wanted to upgrade to a monthly to an annual, you can do so, and we'll honor that 20% promo code. Now on my home page, save my link, a lot of information on my link. These are 3 free sections, the Trade of the Week, Stock of the Day video, and the Education section. So the Trade of the Week gets sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at around noon Eastern. Let's see what just triggered. Now there's the CADL, could be coming back, guys. Excuse me, over 12. And the education section. If you are new to trading, new to trade ideas, please take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. It shows you all of the basic features of trade ideas. Just give me one moment, please. So things like, what is a top list? Building a top list. What is an alert window? Creating alert windows, okay? All the way down to creating price alerts and the introduction to the AI, nicknamed Holly, and Brokerage Plus. So a lot of information is here, okay? Just the basic features easily explained. Daily support sessions between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. What day is it today? Wednesday. So I believe it will be Steve Gomez. He's the originator of the Trades of the Week. So he'll be there. When I take my break at noon, he will take over. He'll be there between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I will... Sorry, I heard a wow. Before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there between 12 and 1. So this is so the webinar is this week. So this is the Tuesday, Thursday. So there's not a webinar today. Again, we're staggering them now. So this week the webinars are Tuesday, Thursday. Next week, Monday, Wednesday. So there's not a webinar today, but you can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos regarding trade ideas, okay? Starting trade ideas from scratch, information about the AI, and I'm getting a lot of rave reviews about this, okay? If you're new to trading, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas created this 36-part video series, and it starts off with what is a stock, okay? So if you're brand new to trading or really new to trading, you know, I really think you should take a look at this. And we created some ebooks also for you. Okay, so a lot of information on my home page, including the scan section. It's a very popular section. Obviously, you have to be a Trade Ideas subscriber to access these scans. So here's a sample layout that I've got for you, plus all the individual scans. Some of them, you know, I've created over the past few years that I've put in here. For instance, the gap up and down and the pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market, you know, when I'm doing my pre-market work. And of course, this is my favorite scan, moving higher with unusually strong options. Pretty quiet today, but you know, it's just one of those days. But this is the one I love. So a lot of scans that I am sharing. So that's what I'm saying. These 2 sections right here, tons of information. Save my link. Then you can take a look at it all when you want. Just sizing the window. Yeah, looks like the problems we had yesterday with one of the servers, I think rectified. All right, now just to, you know, briefly talking about what Trade Ideas is for those of you who are new. We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. That's what we scan. We're a scanner. So this is an example of a scan. You know, I call it basic new highs and lows. If I right click and then click on configure and then click on summary, this shows you what I'm looking for in this scan. So if these filter requirements are met, you know, the price between 1 and 20, etc. If these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks right here. Now the good news, you don't have to learn a programming language to use Trade Ideas. Again, if I right click, configure, search, here are all of the filters, all the alerts that we have created. Lots and lots of alerts. And when it comes to these icons, these are the filters. So we feel that, you know, if you want to create your own scan, we have enough filters. WDH is ringing. What are you doing on the way down? High flyer in the pre-market. So we feel we've created enough filters and alerts that for the vast majority of our customers, if you want to create your own scan, you can. Now again, if you're new, you don't even have to know how to create any scans. Again, if you go to my home page, you'll see all the scans that I've created and a sample layout for you. You know, if you just want to get started without knowing how to create anything. And also, if you click on New from our toolbar, click on New and Dock Channel Bar, I encourage you to use the latest, go to our website and download the latest beta. Then you can take a look at these channels. These are all themed channels. And when you click on one, your layout won't disappear. So in the past versions of Trade Ideas, when you would click on a themed channel, your layout would disappear. So popular channel, the momentum channel. I'll click on the momentum channel. Notice my layout is still visible behind it. So again, if you saw a scan in here that you thought you would like, as part of your layout, all you have to do is save this to the cloud. I'm not going to go into the details how to do it, unless somebody asks, but you can take this and you can save it to the cloud. And the whole idea then is that you can go through different themed channels and start extracting windows that you might think you might like to have as part of your layout. Now you can also take this and you can modify it before you save it to the cloud. You right click and configure. You'll see what it's looking for, but you might want a different price range. You might want a different minimum volume. You might want to tweak it a little bit, or you might leave it just as it is. Regardless, if you did tweak it, then you would just say okay, and then you would save it to the cloud. And then again, you can go to the different channels, extract windows that you might like. Look at the Aider. Wow, Aider is on the move here. As is the SUNL. And once you save individual scans from the from these channels, then all you would do is file load from cloud, and you would see them. If you save them, you would see them all up here, and you would click on one, load it, click on the next one, load it. That's how you can build your own layout without really having to know how to create any scan at all. Well, yeah, I've got a lot of pre-built scanners. I'm just going over this, Milano. These are all pre-built scanners. Okay, if I could go to the earnings channel. These are all pre-built for you. Just to, they're all themed. Just give me a moment, please. Well, the alpha predator is just looking, we call alpha stocks. I wish it had a different name, to be honest, but it's hunting predator. It's hunting for what we call alpha stocks, kind of stocks that are really acting abnormally, not really caring so much what the rest of the market is doing, or even its sector. Okay, so it's a cute little name, alpha predator. I don't like it. But the powers that be, they created it a long time ago. But just think of it like this. Alpha stocks are stocks that are kind of trading on their own. Like look at this one, SUNL. SUNL doesn't care that the market's putting in a big red bar, as an example. Okay? It's trading on its own. That makes sense? Give me a moment, please. I just lost my music for some reason. Can't trade without music. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Mute! I'm on mute. Goodness. Okay, so Karush. How to use it? This is what I would do. Click on New and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, so from the toolbar, click on New and then AI/Holly Trades window and just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, just wait for them to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. I went over the ATER. You can see what it's looking for, a stock that went parabolic and shorting it, you know, and maybe it can fall down to here. I don't know. It's possible. So that's, you know, you're asking best way to start using it. That's what I would do. Just, you know, wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. So Joe, I'm always, it's either a 10-day or a 14-day look back on the average on the 1 minute, okay? I never remember. It's either, let's just say it's 10, a 10-day look back on average 1 minute volume. Close enough, exactly. Yeah, look at the SPY, guys. Look at the SPY on the way down here. So we have a bit of a dump here, and look at the tech. Look at tech getting whacked a bit here. Now, the other main reason to use this window that we call Brokerage Plus, if you're new to trading, please, before you start using or trading real money, excuse me, we have a great simulator here. Uses our real-time data. Okay? I don't know how to answer that, Valparaiso. I really don't know how to answer that. What's a good percentage gain for a new trader? Maybe people who are new. I really don't know how to answer a question like that. But first of all, if you're a new trader, before you commit money to the market, that's why I'm going to go over this in a little bit. Practice trading. We've got a simulator here. It uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Very simple to use. So I'm going over this right now, Karush. So from our toolbar, and this is only available, by the way, if you're using our web-based version. If you're using our sorry, scratch that. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. You have to be using the downloadable app. And so you'll see there are two options underneath this Brokerage Plus. You just click on Sim, and then I think what happens here, you have to pick Simulated Trading Default Account, something like that, okay? I think it says Account, and then you click on it, and I think this pops up. So now you get into, now you're into Simulated Trading. Now you just, you click on an alert. Well, this is it. Eric, these are the two alerts that have happened today, okay, from it. A short of ATER, and then 791. So, so far pretty good on a short of, I don't know who could have shorted it. If you have an IB account, you couldn't have. I don't know about E-Trade. Doesn't matter. I mean, to use this window. Of course, if you have an account that you can short this, this is just a feature. I should really emphasize it, because I think people get the wrong idea that if they don't use Brokerage Plus, then they can't use trade ideas. So again, place an order. You just, you click on an alert, the symbol shows up. You click on this shares area, you pick how many shares you want to trade. I usually like to demonstrate it first, just as a pullback trade. Let's see if there's anything interesting. Wow, look at any. Wow, so any did show up on my option scanner. 696, bursting through now, that 7 level. But let's say I didn't want to trade it right now. I want to trade it if it pulls back to, say, 668. This area here. So I just pick how many shares. I'm going to type 668 into both. And click the buy button. and you'll see a big blue line on the chart. Now, by the way, Karush, that video that I put in there, or the link to Brokerage Plus, the second video goes into all the details about how to use Brokerage Plus paper trading, okay? Yeah, so there's a filter here. Okay, you can just check all long. So the filter right there, you can just check all long positions if that's what you want. Okay. So again, in that strategy trades window, there's a filter. Just click all long if you don't want to see the shorts. So now, if any gets back down to 668, it'll take the trade. You know, that's on a pullback. A lot of people like to take pullbacks as opposed to, you know, taking a look at stocks that are near the high of the day, and that's fine. Yeah, so this is, you don't get this. This is just because I've docked these two windows here, okay? Don't worry about this, okay? I've just created a docked window, and I put these two in with Brokerage Plus. This has nothing to do with Brokerage Plus, or I'm sorry, with the AI. This has nothing to do with it. I just grouped these windows together, okay? No, but there's probably a PDF. I don't know how updated it is. You see, listen, I don't want to. I personally, first of all, you notice that we have segments that we're getting rid of that. Personally, I don't really care about knowing what the strategies are. All I care about is give me the alert, and then I'll figure out if I want to trade it. You know, whether the strategies are called, you know, parabolic move down or parabolic move up or downward break or whatever. Personally, I don't really care, but if you are interested, I think if you send something to info@trade-ideas.com, I think there might be a PDF that they've created. I don't know how up to date it is. You can just ask for it, okay? But it's not in the strategies tab. The name is, but not what it's looking for. Well, it's hard for me to answer that question, Karush. I mean, the AI is a daily, you know, you'll get daily alerts, but the AI is not designed. I mean, a lot of times, you know, the AI will give you an alert, and if you decide you want to hold it or take a look at it the next day, maybe you know, the next day it looked a lot better than today. You know, a specific alert. You know, it's up to you. You know, if you want to hold it longer than a day. But the AI, I mean, it gives you alerts every day. Just trying to take a trade here and show you a little bit about money management. Just trying to find something that might make a little bit of sense. Let's say you know, you're in chase mode now, but let's just say I wanted to take this any trade. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I want to get rid of, I have a pullback on it, so I'm going to get rid of that order. And for some reason it's not showing up. So that must be a little bug in the development version that I got, okay? Because normally I would see that order here and I would just right click on it and I would cancel it. So anyway, I'm going to take this trade. I'm going to take 500 shares at the market. I'm going to show you why I'm taking 500 shares. See, so it took the trade at 7:09. Okay, this is using our real-time data. I'm going to put in yeah, that's why. Yeah, there's a little bit of a bug here in the development version that I'm on because I can't get rid of, I can't add the stop order because it's got that order in here. So let me pick another one. I'm going to flatten out of this trade. All right, well, I'm going to take it again, okay? So I'm going to take the trade again. Now, again, would I do this? I'm just showing the mechanics of what we're doing here, okay? And I want to talk about this, about money management. Okay. Okay, yeah. There's a little bit of a bug going on here, guys, for me in this development version. Let me find another one. Okay, let's say I wanted to take this GSAT. Okay, this should be okay. I'm going to take 500 shares, buy it at the market. Okay, so there we are. Entry was 235. I'm going to put a stop at 205. I'm going to add it. You're going to see a red line on the chart, which is going to approximately $100. There we go. Man. I am awake, you know, but I should have put my stop at 225 or at 215. So let me. I'm not doing a good job today, guys. I'm going to get out of the trade. I'm going to take it again. Okay. Okay. Back in. Entry price 234. Stop 214. I'm just putting this stopped so that it makes the math a little bit easy to follow when I get into this. Okay, now you're going to see about $100. There we go. Okay, so when you get into trading, guess what? Every trade's not going to work. So, in my opinion anyway, you should have a price that you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you. Now, what that price is going to be, that is where practicing trading is going to come in. You know, some people, I mean, I like to size up a chart, and if I see where I think a big support area could be, if it breaks down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. Others might use the low of the previous 5-minute candle or a 15-minute candle or a moving average or something, okay? How you get comfortable with placing stops, it's only going to come with some practice. But in this case, you know, I put the stop down here at 214 just for the mechanics, and I want to show you why I put it at 214. You notice that it is 20 cents away. 234 minus 214 is 20 cents. Because the next concept, notice it says that if it gets down to 214, it says I'll lose $100 on the trade. That's the next concept. If you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in this particular case, in this simulator, I'm wanting to risk $100 a trade. Therefore, that's why I took 500 shares. 234 minus 214 equals 20 cents. So I have a 20-cent stop. If I divide 20 cents into the $100 that I'm willing to risk on the trade, you get 500 shares. Conversely, you know, if it gets down to this price, 500 shares times the 20-cent loss equals 100. Okay, so a couple of concepts. The concept of having a stop, number one, and then that will share size you. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm having some audio issues. Just give me one moment again. Okay, I'm back. So, you can tell right off the bat that GSAT, so we took it at 234, last is 246. So, I mean, again, this is just in the simulator, just demonstrating how you do it. So again, the two concepts, placing a stop, which will share size you, okay, based on how much you're willing to risk on the trade if it doesn't work. And then the other big concept is now obeying your stop. Sometimes it's really hard. You get into a trade, especially when you first start out, even if you're been trading for a while, it's very hard sometimes to obey your stop. You can't believe a trade isn't working for you. Maybe the company released earnings, everything looked good, the setup looked good, people in our trading room are talking about it, everything looks great. Guess what? Even if everything lines up, it's not 100% certainty a trade's going to work. So, in my opinion anyway, you better obey your stop. You can't hope, let's say it got down to that 214 and I said, forget about it. I know it's going to come back. And I allow this to go down to 204 and then 194 and 184 and $1.50. So instead of that $100 manageable loss, I'm down $500, $600, $700 before I finally say, oh my gosh, I better get out of this trade. Okay, so obeying your stop is critical. Now, sometimes one of the worst things that can happen is that, all right, it gets down to 214 and you say, I just don't believe it. It's got to come back. And it goes down to $2 and then lo and behold, it does bounce back through your stop and soars. And you think to yourself, man, am I ever glad I didn't obey my stop? Yeah, it can happen. Of course it can happen. But a lot of times, though, that's not going to happen, and you'll end up losing a lot more money than you ever wanted to lose. So, well, I think the problem I had, Becca, and I couldn't get rid of the order. I remember I had that pullback. I had a pullback for it, but I could not get rid of that order. It didn't even show up. So all I would have had to do is get rid of the order, and then everything would have been fine. All right, Bekele, if I'm pronouncing your name right. When you say it's not scanning, and you've opened the default setup. Okay, why don't go to one of our channels, okay, and see it. Make sure. First of all, do you have in your toolbar? Is it a green ball that you see, which would mean that you are connected, or is it red or orange? So if you look at the toolbar, hopefully you can see what I'm pointing at. There's a ball. Okay, so is it green? Okay, now, did you just sign up today? Because it is possible. It's possible that you have not filled. Okay, I'm going to have to send you. I can't help you, okay, because I can't see your account. But I'm going to send you to our home page. You're going to take a look at your account. It's possible, even though you think you may have, you didn't fill out the exchange agreements correctly. Okay, that is a common problem when people first sign up. So go to the home page. Well, was it working yesterday? Same thing. Go to the home page though, and have them take a look at your account. Okay. You'll see when you click on the home page link, you'll see something that says Start Live Discussion. Give them your email address, then they can take a look at your account. So you're saying no. So you weren't getting data yesterday either. I think that's the problem. Okay, 99.9% of the time, that's the problem. Well, first of all, if you're a new trader, practice trading before you commit money to the market, okay? Momentum trading is not for everybody, okay? I love momentum trading. You know, I'm looking at stocks always making new highs or new lows for the day. That's not everybody's, cup of tea, if you will. A lot of people like to play pullbacks. So I can't say that as, this is what you should do as a new trader using momentum. You have to know how to read charts. Just because I get an alert on something when it's made a new high doesn't mean I pile into the trade. What I'm looking for is, okay, made a new high. Did it make that new high at a little bit of consolidation? And was there volume associated with it? So if I can see that, then the next thing I'm doing is I'm looking at a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart to see, okay, where's the next high looking left? Where could it stall? Okay, so this is only going to come with practice. Okay, does that all make sense? I mean, so that's what I do. I mean, that's why people ask me, well, if you're such an intraday trader, why do you bother with a monthly and a weekly and a daily chart? Because, yeah, great, you just made a new intraday high. Where could you get stalled when I look left? Where's the next high looking left? Okay. But the first thing I would do as a new trader, don't trade real money. Practice. So anybody with E-Trade, I don't see William in the room today. Anybody with E-Trade, can you tell me if you had shorts available for ATER? If you have E-Trade. Got to be somebody with E-Trade in the room. Yeah, so I mean, it's a locate. So you don't have them readily available. It's just like IB. Yeah, I mean, they're just not readily available. Okay, so E-Trade is the same, okay, as IB. All right, guys, EFTR. I'm not in it anymore, but the EFTR is starting to run a bit here. That Annie, how messy was that? It's a heck of a short, you know. I mean, if you had another broker other than IB or E-Trade and they had ATER shorts, it's a great short, but there's no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for ATER. But there was the alert at 820, and you know, so it's an 8.88% right now. Well, GSAT guys, is a good little. Now, here's something to keep an eye on, okay? You notice I've got the today's profit, I've got max profit and a max P&L and the distance from the exit price, okay? So, this will be a good gauge on how good are your exits. So for instance, right now, I'm up, you know, in the simulator, $94. This should, I know there's a bit of delay. This should say the same because it's at the high, basically at the high. Notice here it said today's profit was $27 for the any and $27 was the max I could have made while I was in the trade. Remember, I was getting in and out of this because I was trying, because it was a bit of a bug doing this any. This is a better example though. Let's just say I got out of this trade right now, okay? Now these are hotkeys. I can flatten, I can get out of half my position, or I can double my position, okay? So if I got out of this trade right now, and I'm going to do it because I just want to point out something. I'm going to flatten. I'm out of the trade. So made $89. The max I could have made would have been 101 while I was still in the trade if I got out right at the high. All right. Now the next column to take a look at is the distance from the exit price. I mean, this is going to give you a good idea, these two columns here, because I mean, obviously, sometimes you'll see a max P&L of 500 and you don't take profit and you allow it to go down, you know, say to $100 or worse, a loss. Of course, that would be bad money management, right? The other thing, though, is the distance from the exit price. Right now, what I want to see is a nice big negative number, because what that will mean is where I got out, that will tell me that, wow, I'm way under, it's way under where I got out. The price is way under where I got out, which of course is what you want when you go long something. Okay, so it just gives you, it's a bit of a gauge to use these three columns in tandem to just give you a good idea, but, well, how good are my exits? All right, guys. Now keep an eye on the CADL, the CADL. This could get rolling again. CADL could get rolling again. It's been basing nicely here. See how it had that, of course, that big pop up to 1470. It's an earnings play. You know, it gets over 12 again. Let's stick an alert around just over 12 and see if it takes it out later. Wow, look at, oh man, EFTR. I just could not hold on to it any longer. But look at EFTR making it almost at the high now. Ugly. Look at GoTo, G-O-T-U, earnings play. Ugly. It looked, you know, pre-market, well, it was still just hanging top, and the market opened and just shorted. Wow, look at EFTR, son of a gun. Well, I wonder where it's going. I mean, rhetorically, of course. High yesterday was way up here, $20. Wow, 16. Wow. Look at this thing, $17 now, EFTR. Look, you know what? If this takes out 20, I mean, this could just keep running. I know it sounds crazy, but if it takes, you know, the float is, oh man. Okay, so with the GSAT, see, so now at this point, it's 5 cents above where I exited. I'm just, again, demonstrating how you can kind of track this. Yeah, exactly, ARQQ. Let's see if it starts to do something crazy. Also, I mean, you know, these are just another. I don't even know what the float is in this one. We have no information on the float. It's in the box. It's in the box. Little rally here. The SPY. Little rally. Look at the volume that came into EFTR. See this is what we're talking about, guys. You know, you want to. I mean, you want to get into something when you get a big volume burst. Also. Yeah, Perigo is actually not doing badly. I mean, they've been booted out of the S&P 500. At least that was the announcement yesterday. But they are buying HRA Pharma, $2.1 billion deal. So it's through the 200-day moving average now for Perigo, PRGO. Lots of room. All right, guys, I'm just, let's see, EDAP, what are you doing? Wow, look at these bottoming tails on the daily. The sellers really tried to knock this down a couple of days. Well, the CADL, I mean, I'm still, later on in the day, just, what I would do is just put a $12 price alert for CADL and see if it takes it out later on in the day. Boy, EFTR. Yeah, guys, I really mean this. I mean, if this takes out 20, I mean, this could just keep running. I don't know if it's going to, but I have a price alert way up here. That was the high of yesterday. I'm sure Zach will want to get in there and short it again, but Boy, Perigo, guys, this is a nice move for Perigo through that 200 days. And I mean, you look left. I mean, the next high looking left is 49.34. So I mean, this has got room still. Not saying it's going to get there. I'm just going to ask this question. Was there anybody in the room with some broker that you could have shorted ATER? Anybody in this room? I know, I don't think Zach can hear me. Yeah, so center point, yeah, that's what I thought. Any other broker though? You guys with maybe a trade station or trying to think of other brokers. TDA. The ability to short ATER. Couldn't short it with IB or E-Trade. So now, wow, look at EFTR. My goodness. So that's on a locate though. Okay. See, I've always wondered about that. I mean, it's fine, but if the stock is moving, by the time they locate it, it may be way past where you want to short it, right? I mean, that's why I never, ever, ever, unless I'm looking like a longer term. Wow, I'm telling you, guys, this EFT, I'm not in it anymore. I can't believe it, but and the volume, I mean, it's the volume. This is the biggest 5-minute volume bar of the day, right here. And this, what time is it? 11:20? This will turn into the biggest 15-minute volume bar. Okay, thanks, guys. Well, it's just it was an AI alert, Evgeny. It was an AI alert to short it. I'm just was interested to know how many people could have shorted it. That's all. So I mean, the short was at 8.20, and it got all the way down to, I mean, almost $1 before it finally had a bit of a pop. Give me a moment here, guys. Oh, I doubt it. I doubt it, Taro. I mean, yeah, if they can be located, but when are they going to be located? So I mean, yeah, you get an alert at 8:20, immediately they're not available. So yeah, I don't see how that's possible. I mean, I listen. I mean, I'm the last person to really ask about. Well, it's not the last person, but when I see that they have to be located, I just take a pass. But that's the whole idea of it. If it has to be located, you get an alert at 8:20 and you want to take it right at 8:20. Unless it stays at 8:20 for a long time, you'll never get a fill because it got to do the locate. Look at WKEY, guys. WKEY just had a big pop here. All right, so TCAT, let's see if TCAT is on the move. WKEY, see if these guys are start. Yeah, there's a huge, look at this run for, so let's take a look at Dolphin, DLPN, DLPN. That one should be moving. If it isn't, then it might be lagging. Okay, so the NFTs are starting to move for whatever reason. Look at this out of nowhere. I mean, especially, I mean, these were starting to sink. But there's the Dolphin, guys. The Dolphin. Not in mine. I think what's happened is because I'm sure isn't Cody's below the yeah. So you haven't. I made a change. Now you don't have to, but I made a change to mine. So the stocks have to be up for the day. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, so that's your rumor about Apple and opening the door to NFTs, not NTFs, NFTs. Yeah. DLPN. Let's see if it's holding. This is a brief flurry. Yeah, so these are. Look at McAfee, man oh man. So this is old McAfee, did the IPO here, and now this is really starting to drift down. August 10th had earnings. It was no big deal, I guess. All right. Actually, I do remember this. It popped up and then it came right back down over the course of the month. And it's an offering? Okay. Yeah, launched a public offering. And what's the financing at? It doesn't say. I don't see it. It just says 20 million shares. I don't see what the price is. All right, so that CADL doesn't look like it's going to do what I was hoping it might do, and that was taking out 12, but it doesn't look like it's going to do it. So I'm going to forget. Well, I still have the alert set at 12. It happens later, it happens, but it doesn't look good now. Boy, look at Perigo. Well, I'm not getting any new alerts, guys, not for the last little while. Let's say this is a very different day from yesterday. I've only had the one trade, the EFTR. Well, here's one. Man, I wish I'd seen this one. ATUS right around here. 27. Well, it hasn't moved that much. It looks a lot more dramatic with all these green candles, but a 50-cent move. The high looking left is 28.27, so it's pretty close to that high. I'd almost be looking at maybe a potential short of this one. You know, if it runs into that high and falls back off it. All right, guys. Well, again, what I'm really doing right now, I'm just taking a look at some of my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything moving. I mean, there are things that are moving. I mean, Sava's had a nice bounce. SPRT is bounced also, but I just find them a little too erratic. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah. William, I don't know where he is. He's usually well, always in, first in, last out. Hopefully everything's okay. You know, I mean, I'm looking at some of these ones that are near the day's low. HIMX as an example. Let's take a look left, 1023. It's got some room. I mean, you know, you want to take a shot at a short of this one. I mean, it's below the whole number. It's got some room. When I say some room, I'm looking the next low looking left on the monthly is 1011. So we're at 1093 now. And that coincides with that weekly also. So, I mean, there is some room. Just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. Is it going to just stick here for a while or what? Relative volume, I mean, it's not bad, 2.2. So it's trading, it is trading twice as much as normal. I mean, right now it looks like it's the NFTs, but even there, they are erratic. You know, I mean, look at this topping tail up to 1054, all the way down to 934. I mean, that's a big drop percentage-wise. You know what's still looking interesting? Again, it's really whippy. If you're new to trading, you know, you might just sit back and maybe watch it, but EFTR, I mean, it still is interesting. You know, it had the big pop almost to the high of yesterday before it pulled back. And just stick an alert, 1782, see if it takes it out. I honestly think if it can take out yesterday's high, believe it or not, it can still have a run. Well, I mean, there it is. Just give me a moment here. We're really getting something happening with my audio on my side, not on your side, I hope. Well, no, it's not on your side. You'd be telling me. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it can go either way. Man, no, it's so again, if a person were going to do this, you'd have to have a pretty wide stop, not take as many shares, and then maybe if it works, hang on for a multi-dollar run. Again, guys, you're on your own on this one. I mean, I'm going to do some stuff, but at least I'll have a stock to talk about when I do my video at noon. Yeah, IPHA, I'm hearing that one also. IPHA. I guess it's right there. So what is it doing? Well, yeah, no news. That's the news. The fact that there's never any news, not never, but rarely is there news on these things. All right, guys, it's 11:41, so I'm going to put the YouTube link in. You guys want to head over there at noon when I do take my break? And here is the YouTube link. Steve will be there. Again, he's the one who most of the time is the originator of the trades of the week. How was it doing? DSX, I know it had a decent day yesterday. See if it's still holding above the alert price. Ooh. So I was saying yesterday, guys, I don't trust anything in this market right now. So what was the alert? Was it 6 something? 611? 614? 60 something? I must be thinking about something else. Well, the WKEY is looks like it is trying to break out. Yeah, listen, I mean, if Ader takes back, I mean, 819, the alert was at 819 from the option scanner, but it's the old thing. I mean, you know, you look left. Well, actually, if it gets back up to that 819, I mean, the next high looking left is 9. So, I mean, it's got a shot to see if it, you know, I have an alert set up there, see if it takes it out later. It's interesting because the alert came in my option scanner at 819, and the alert came in to short it from the AI at 820. Prices, not times, of course. Give me a moment, please. My headset's just dying on me. Just a second. All right, guys. Well, the EFTR is sort of basing again, and looking maybe another 18 break down the road. See if it happens. Well, I don't know. WKEY is now showing up on the option scanner. It's through the 200-day moving average. The next high looking left is 792, so it's at that point right there. And then after that, 839. So I mean, it's got a little bit of room, but you know, I mean, I guess we're just banking on the fact that this NFT thing, if this is true regarding Apple, is in fact somewhat verifiable. What's going on with SPB? I don't know. Did you check news? No, just say, oh, I see what you're saying. Well, it's, yeah, halted on news pending. So I don't know. I don't know where you can find the news that's pending. Just got halted, so it's probably not anywhere yet. Do we have another Sesson? S-E-S-N? I don't know. Do we? Oh, I see. My goodness. Forgot about this one. How's IC doing? I-S-E-E. Ah, what a miserable one this is. It looked so good last week for a while. So good. It looked like finally it was going to take that 10 out for good. Challenge that 11. Yeah, I mean the IC was. I mean, listen. Obviously, the reason was it had all that room. It was making all like near the all-time highs. It just kept thinking, okay, when it finally breaks out over 10, but it just even though it broke over 10 for a couple of days, it just couldn't sustain it. Not just not sustaining it, but I mean it. I mean it's almost collapsed. Zach is going to swing WKEY. Wow. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the S. I forgot about that news. Yeah, the SCSN. Yeah, that was an awful one for some people in this room. Whew, all right, guys. Well, as I say, not a lot happening for me, but afternoons can always give us a surprise or two. So just got to hold on for that. When you minimize the software, okay, well, this may help. If you click on in a toolbar, click on Windows and Show All. Okay. Guys, this is getting frisky again, the EFTR. So when you say you minimize, are you talking about you minimize the toolbar itself? Or are you talking about, like, I'm not sure I know what you mean exactly, Kurush? Because if you minimize, like I have to do generally, go down here and you can, all you do is find the toolbar and just click on it. If you've pinned the icons here. All right, path is it's actually showing up on my gap downs, but path is on the way down here. All right, give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm getting set to take my break. I will get my announcement in here. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in our YouTube room, and then I'll be taking off. Oh my goodness, guys. EFTR. Again, I am doing stuff here. I mean, it is wild and woolly. Look at that. It's got up to now. I'm still thinking if it can take out this high of yesterday, it could have another run. I think Steve is probably streaming now. Oh, no. You've got to be nimble on that EFTR. Now it's holding 18 well so far. Meanwhile, WKEY, well done, Zach, on his swing of WKEY. Now look at the volume. Look at the volume picking up. Pick up, pick up, picking up. Getting close to that high right there, 839. The next high, 832. And after that, 895. Let me take a look at Dolphin to see if maybe this one is just trading on its own. DLPN, and it's from my option scanner also. Yeah, so WKUI guys is trading on its own. So from the option scanner, 793. This is what I'm talking about right there. Again, not trading the options, trading the stock. It's just showing me stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Yeah, well, for me, I've been kept alive with the EFTR. That has been, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up so I can do the video on that one, and then, so I'm just waiting for him to show up. Yeah, the big. I mean, it's erratic, but hey, I mean, so is this one. If you find a way to trade it, the FTR. Oh, I think Steve is there. All right, Steve, I will shut down now. Have a good time for your hour.
All right. Hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to my desktop. All right. Looks like you can hear me. All is good. I heard Barry commending, I think it's Zach, in his trading room on this, I call it wakey, eggs and bakey. Very nice volume coming in there. Got his options scanner up. Although I don't day trade much these days, it's always interesting to see what's in play, and Barry's scanner seems to do a good job of picking it up using the options volume angle. This GSAT, I know the AI tried to short it this morning, didn't work. They don't all work, but the sideways action here, it's kind of interesting what's going to happen when that moving average catches up to it. Could be some more meat on that bone. But let's start off with market observations. I mentioned last night in the webinar that the two main indicators for me are the 10 SMA, and I call the backstop the 20 SMA. And it looked like we were going to hold that 10 SMA yesterday, but we've bled through it here intraday. And I think that this 20 could be in play, maybe if not today, maybe tomorrow. It's healthy. We need that. We just can't grind higher exponentially. We need a breath. The market needs to breathe occasionally. And I think the NASDAQ is a little bit better. It's holding its 10 SMA today. Yeah, for the most part, it's trying. But then when we go over to our intraday, we can see that the momentum line is still rather dominating the Qs. And likewise, so far, it's still kind of dominating the S&P. But the way this market is, it can easily bleed back above that declining momentum line and start to try and recover. But I really feel like it would be a healthy pullback to come down here to the 447.50-ish area for sure. All right, let me click out of some of this other stuff that's distracting me here. Oh, also the IWM I thought was due for a pullback, but had a pretty steep pullback. It looks like it might be trying to recover. And then also over there on the 15-minute, it's starting to challenge its declining 10 SMA momentum line. But anything that was looking good yesterday is really just kind of taken to the woodshed today. It's amazing how things don't bounce back when the market goes to highs, but when the market gives up a percentage point or so, everything, if you're long, everything just kind of falls out of bed quickly. And I think that's really just a great example of the horrible breadth that I still claim this market has. There's many, many stocks still under their 50-day moving average in the S&P 500 index, with the big 5 or 6 with the heavily weighted position they have in the indexes kind of propping and holding things up. So what would you guys like to talk about? All right, I see a question there from Kurosh. Hopefully I pronounced that right. When you minimize the software, how do you bring it back up? Great question. It's not always the most intuitive thing, but let's do that together. So if I go to the toolbar here, it's all predicated from the toolbar. So if I minimize that, you'll see it takes everything down. But to bring it back up, we don't want you to go through window by window. You just need to locate this icon, the TI icon, which is in fact the toolbar from your minimize tray. Click that and it will restore all the windows correctly. So hope that helps. Good question to lead off on. You know, I prefer to talk about, you know, things that the platform can do, or hopefully not too many things it cannot do. But whatever you guys want to talk about, that's the purpose of the noon session. That's why we tell the support staff to send people over here for visual demonstrations, because it just doesn't translate over the phone when we tell you to right click and go to configure and go to the search tab and look for this or that. It's much easier to demonstrate. Yeah, see, James brings up a good point. You know, a lot of people just kind of lurk in here and they don't have any questions, but other people ask the questions that they may not have been thinking about. So thank you for that question. The difference between these two alerts down here, this one I made, it's basically taking the settings of Barry's filters, but instead of a new high, if I click ATER, it was signaled a new high at 819 up here, right about there. Whereas ATER on my version looks for a new 15-minute low, and it gave us an entry at 780, which is 30 cents better than the new high. I'm not one to chase new highs and momentum. I'm not that quick anymore. I'd rather buy pullbacks either on the daily or on the intraday. So if you're wondering, you know, there's some overlap here on a few of these, but it's just a different approach, really. Let's see what the AI is doing today. Nothing much in terms of quantity. Now, this is a perfect example of what I was talking about here. So many charts look like this. They've been crushed in a downtrend. They find their way out of an oversold bounce, but they just slam into the brick wall, which is the 50-day moving average. I see so many of this right now. So if you're long things that are basing and moving back up, just be aware that you're going to expect to find sellers jumping in at this declining 50-day moving average. Again, there's just a lot of charts that look like that these days. Let's see what this one is. PNW, a long. Well, it's in a downtrend on the daily. Looks like it never really went below its long entry. But what I'm watching for, as usual, risk management, is to use the 10 SMA as opposed to the suggested AI stop. The AI value is in the entry and the timing and the price. The AI value is not so much in the stop. That's just more of a statistical placeholder. I try and remind people that it's very easy to just keep it simple using that 10-period simple moving average. This one is a short. Okay, so it triggered on new lows, bounced up, but great example. Don't use this as your stop. Use the declining 10 SMA, and if we get a closing candle here in 7 minutes above that declining SMA, well, then the momentum to the downside is likely done for the day. It's had a pretty good drop so far. And many times this simple method can just save you a lot of extra unnecessary losses, I would say. All right. Who's got any questions? I'm open for questions. If not, then we'll just kind of wing it. Always happy to look at charts. If you guys want to see what a certain chart looks like, we can do that. I'll give you the unvarnished truth of what I'm seeing. Let's take a look at that. Kevin, he brings up a good one. I haven't looked at that one in a while. The jam down, which is kind of a philosophy of the algorithmic market makers that look to really jam the price down on the open. Jam down and buy. And the signal on this scan, we'll take a look at it. That's actually a doc, so we've got both the up and down version. So the jam down and buy is essentially looking for a brand new low on the day, and most of these will come through on the first hour, hour and a half. Those are the most interesting ones. But we've got a new low is our event, and the new low is only going to be seen by us, okay, when it gets close to no more than 0.1% below the 10 simple day moving average and no more above than 500. So we got 0.15% is our window when we see a new low. And so ideally, these new lows are going to be at or on or right around the 10-day simple moving average. And you can see I've got a time of day filter in here. I'm basically saying I don't want to see any of these after 120 minutes from the open. The stock composite rating ensures that we have decent charts. It's kind of like the Investor's Business Daily composite rating. Power rating, ranking, whatever they call it. So 80 and above is just show us the B and the A students. And then change in 20 days. These things have to have been doing something. They've got to be up at least 10% in the last 20 days and have a decent average daily volume. Now, there's two schools of thought, and Barry does talk a lot about this. You can use an average daily volume, or you can use volume today and put in like 100 to 200,000, which will likely get you more symbols to look at that may have been asleep and not doing very good volume, but for whatever reason doing good volume today. So that's the concept behind the jam down. Let's take a look at what we've had today. I've had a few. All right, let's see what we got here. So NVIDIA looks like it was coming through early and often, and it blew right through its 10 period. That didn't work. Cyber was kind of the low of the day on that one. Let's scroll up a little bit. Not too many. FULC was one. It blew right through. And I think a lot of these are going to, your question, Kevin, was probably coming into today it's been working. But on a day like today when the S&P breaks down, we might not be seeing as much. All right, GNK, yeah, broke through. Not really doing much. Cargill broke through, and then again trying to bounce. Dick's Sporting Good. Yeah, all of these have kind of failed us today. Let's take a look at what the opposite, the jam up, and then short. These would be shorts. Okay, so 630. I'm sorry, ENPH. That's weird. Oh, that's the time, duh. 174.06, 174.20. So up here, oh, look at that. Right up here near the highs. This was a shortable event using the reverse. So these are stocks that are just blasting upwards on the open, but they're running right into their 10 SMA on the underside. All right, that one works. So I'm not surprised that these are working a little better today. TZA, not so much, went a lot higher, but that's about it for that one. All right, I saw some questions coming in here. Let's see. Can you please state about the 10 SMA for PNW? Let's take a look at PNW and see how that looks. So it looks like PNW has kind of been guided by the 10 all the way down. I mean, look at these failed attempts to rise above, and they can't really close that much above never really did actually, except for this day right here, and right back down into the basement. So the 10 SMA is dominating. Now, if you're talking about the intraday, let's move over here. The intraday, all right, that is the line we want to watch. We don't want to lose that line. So if we get a closing candle coming up below that line, you can just forget this stop, cut your losses, and just look at it as the momentum that tried to build this morning is now collapsing. So it really is as simple as that. I try to keep things as simple as that. So hopefully that helps. EFTR, very strong. Yeah, interesting. It's a new issue. It's only been out a few days. You can see it hugged that line a little bit, not very tightly, a little bit of sloppiness there, but for the most part, those two candles that held it before, it took off. So if you're in something like this, the farther, if you're day trading especially, the farther the price gets away above to the good side of that 10 SMA, the more likely you are to see a short-term correction. So when things are really screaming and you got big long green candles, hopefully you're taking a little bit off, a quarter, a third here and there. Never hurts. All right, somebody's asking about ARQQ. What do I see there? I don't see much. I see 2 days, which doesn't give us much to go on, but for the moment, you can see it is abiding by our rule here and trying to hold above. So if you're in something like this, just stay with it until it posts a closing candle below, and then it's going to start to probably get a bit sloppy when it does that. All right, the Level Up Trader. How do you get on the live twice weekly webinar? Let me grab that link for you and I'll drop it in here. It's kind of buried in our support education page, but I'll locate it here and I'll get you the direct link for that. Daily webinars. Okay, so we'll just do this. I'll drop the education channel, and you need to scroll down about 5 items down to this one. Daily webinars. Just give us your email, and you will get an email 1 hour prior to the live event. And I think you'll also get a reminder 24 hours ahead of time. So that's the one you want, and that'll get you into the webinars. Now remember, we have a new format. This week it's Tuesdays and Thursdays. Next week it's going to be Monday and Wednesday. That just gives the guys doing the afternoon webinars a bit more time to create some valuable content for you all. I see my S&P 500. Yeah, see my S&P 500 high-low ticker just turned green here across the board, which is showing us the market is indeed trying to fight its way through that moving average. And maybe it won't even make it down to the 20. I mean, maybe it'll be another shallow breath. This market is taking very shallow breaths these days. What's that translating to in the VIX? Are people buying this move? Yeah, a little bit. Starting to wane on that one. All right. Sunil, can you please give us the inputs about Tilray? How are the pot stocks doing these days? Doesn't look that great. And remember, you can always take Tilray here and you can go to their single stock window and click into similar and start to see what some of the other pot stocks are looking like. And they're all kind of looking the same, except for that one. They're all in a rather downtrend. So, what I see is a downtrend. That could have been a nice double bottom there, but likely it could be looking to come back and just tickle the price of 1253 and see what happens. That's going to be the critical line in the sand that you don't want to close below. But keep in mind, the algorithms are tricky, especially in the morning. As I said, that first hour, they'll try and jam down through critical levels and see if they can have a stop hunt and run some of the stops and then reverse for however long it is they intend to hold, an hour or a day. Algorithms usually don't hold overnight. Just the quant funds might do that. Yeah, so just don't forget that we've got this great single stock window that will give you a slice of what the other stocks in that range look like. What's the trade of the week doing here? It's just giving back a lot of what it took yesterday. But that's okay, because for me, in a minute, I'm going to use my rule. As long as we're trading above the 10-day SMA, I'm not going to sweat it. I'm going to let it breathe. I'm going to let it work itself out. But once it closes below that, I'm not sticking around for the 20. Momentum is broken, and if it breaks that, it likely will have a date with the 20 SMA below it. So I don't want any part of that. Let's see, what about the NASDAQ? Is the NASDAQ probably fighting its way through the Qs as well? Yeah, barely, not as much, but this has been the leader for a while. All right, let's see, GANX, short from pre-market. Think it's done? Let's take a look. Good question. I love it when you tell me if you're long or short, so I kind of know where you're coming from. All right, so giant gap up opening. And what you needed to see as a short seller, you needed this candle right here to break that line. You can see my magic momentum line grabbed the price, and the buyers and the coverers jumped in. Now, that's not to say that this $9 level might be a hard one. What you're really cheering for here is to try and break this thing back down. Had a pretty good gap, and when you've got people that have, you know, a 20% gap up on the open, it's going to be hard not to take that. So right now, you're cheering for this 15-minute candle to really break back down and close below, because as you can see, the last hour and a half, like clockwork, it grabbed the price, and the bidders came in and held it. So another fine example of why I like to use that simple indicator. And for anybody that doesn't have it, by the way, I'll just load up SPY here, and I'll share the settings of this chart, and you can actually have all the indicators all preset for you if you decide to use it. All right, there you go. Back to that GANX, short from pre-market. So you probably have a decent price that's allowing you to hold. Yeah. Now see, look at what happens when this is why I don't use pre-market on my 15-minute view. It just throws off the 10 SMA, and it doesn't give me the value that I want. But I can see if you shorted this thing pre-market, you're probably up here in the 12s or 13s, you know, maybe a little lower. So you're definitely in the money. But if we turn that back off, you can see that that really is where the bidder has jumped in, and we need this candle to get back down and close below 880, 870. Is WI, is that a stock we're looking at? No, it doesn't look like it. Unless you're looking at W and also I as two separate stocks. That doesn't seem to be the case. So I'm not really sure your question there, real. Be big is being big again, huh? Sure is. And look at that. Another beautiful example. The momentum started yesterday. Got a little sloppy on the open, but look at where the bidders and buyers stepped in. There and there. Now you've taken out the opening high. Chances are you might have a little bit of sell pressure come back in and bring it back to back in line. I mean, if you've been long this right here, this is where I'd be taking maybe a quarter off as a swing trader, trying to sell when I can, not when I have to. It's important. Sell when you can. Sell when they're buying, and buy when they're selling. Not when you have to, when you're forced out. That doesn't always work that way, but ideally that's the plan. Will B plus linked to Think or Swim? No, the auto trading of Brokerage Plus only links to interactive brokers, and very soon coming out in beta, E-Trade. We've had a lot of bugs that we had to work out with E-Trade, but I think we're close enough to offering a beta version on that. Yeah, it's good to know that tick sell that, when you're using the indicator that I'm using, the pre-market throws it off. So I don't make my decisions using pre-market. I'll watch pre-market, but I'll turn it off once the market opens and really get a feel. Oh, let's go back to that then. So there's probably a giant short contingency in B big. Yeah, so we've got 50 million in the share. That's a relatively small float, and 20% of them are on the wrong side of the lifeboat currently. And this is what we try to get when we have these high short floats. And that would be why the Wall Street bets, is targeting those. Of course, the old darlings AMC, still working off 18% short float. Not bad on the daily. And of course, the granddaddy GameStop that started this whole notion and waking people up to the possibility of short squeezes occurred. But game is not looking that game, not that gamey. It's not bringing its A game. But AMC, however, still looks very much intact to me on the daily. I would be giving this thing the benefit of the doubt still. Yeah, so now the market buyers are jumping back in. They probably feel like, wow, that was it for the pullback. If you waited, you didn't get what you wanted. So we're just going to go right back into shallow breath mode and push the market higher. There's probably some Fed governor out there finding a microphone. Well, then the only way that you can link Think or Swim, let me see if if you haven't tried this, you got to go to Tools and then External Linking. That's a bug that needs to be opened up. And then you need to add a link, and then this starts the wizard. So once this wizard box is open, you need to go over to Think or Swim and either click on a chart or get the cursor blinking in the order entry, but ideally a chart should work. And then you hit the space bar, and the space bar should enable them. Now, on this, let's see. Let me try something. Link that. Okay, so notice in rules, let's see, do we have a Think or Swim? There. Okay, so under the rule drop down, probably recommended to grab Think or Swim, and that should create the proper settings. The only other manual option that you have to control is, sometimes the symbol might get cut off too soon. You can experiment with both of these or only one of those checkboxes. And then once you've hit the shift key, go into trade ideas, and I'm going to turn that off, and then click in a symbol and then see if it changes your Think or Swim. That's the best visual I can give you here. If it doesn't work, there's two things to think about. One is you need to run both Think or Swim and Trade Ideas in administration mode. So you come and you right click and you say Run as Administrator. You do that for both Think or Swim and for Trade Ideas. Use that drop down rule menu and it should configure for you. But what I'm saying is if it doesn't link B plus, huh? That's a new one to me. Why don't you go ahead and email info@trade-ideas, and a support ticket will be created on that notion, and somebody here probably likely has more information on that than I. If it works for the scans but doesn't work for Brokerage Plus, there might be something I'm missing, but I'm not sure off the top of my head. So yeah, I would recommend sending that to info@trade-ideas. Okay, so yeah, there's some action coming in. See, and you know, it's just funny. I was just saying it took out the early morning high. And once it does that, things start to get really squirrely, no matter what symbol you're in. And again, it's just a function of the market we have and the algorithms that run the bar to town. All right, stock trade. What indicators are used in daily chart, please? Sure. Okay, so my daily, I've got the 10, the 20 that I refer to as the backstop. When the 10 breaks, usually the 20 will hold. And then the 50 is the blue line, and it's just the general health of any stock above its 50 is considered healthy in my book. And then, of course, the 200-day, which also comes into play at times. So it's really just 4 simple moving averages, 10, 20, 50, and 200. But again, I can share my daily chart with you, so you don't have to set those up yourself if you want it. Is there some news in this thing? Oh yeah. No, no news. Looks like oil is the strongest sector today, but not very many. I mean, still a lot of red across the board in the sectors there. All right, so yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't answer that question on linking Brokerage Plus versus the scan. There must be something I'm missing. But again, the guys at info@trade-ideas.com, support ticket will be created and they can get you a better definitive answer. INVA, okay, so this was another past trade of the week that didn't work. Broke down through our 20 and that was the out. But now it's trying to show life again here. But the curious part is we got a giant short float on 68 million shares. Last count shows over 34% short. So if you're somebody who wants to keep an eye on the short squeezes, keep an eye on that. Innovia, INVA. Here's another example of BBIG coming through Barry's new high at 1222. Reason why I don't like to chase, but then look, it showed up 2 minutes later on mine at 1144 because it made that new low, 1144, right about there. So I prefer to, like I said, buy when they're selling and sell when they're buying, because that's really the only way you're going to separate yourself from the herd. And if you find yourself chasing the herd, you're probably getting chopped to bits out there. You know, this A table is designed, you know, to have, why is B big not in there? NASDAQ B big. It's got an 80 composite rating. Oh, it is in there. Duh, staring at me right in the face. But this A table, you know, is also looking for short squeezes. So anything at the top is going to have a big short float. This GDRX has had a pretty good squeeze, but now it's in consolidation mode. ASO had earnings, looks like it had earnings pre-market, and it's been squeezing pretty good from 35 to 45. GPRE, 21% short the float. This one's not doing a whole lot. It's got 50 million shares. It trades kind of messy, but this is another one to consider. ACI, Albertsons, down here at 20. It's almost doubled. So just because they're on the A table doesn't mean you buy it. It means these are stocks you don't want to lose track of, and then you can come in and start creating, price alerts like this one back here. In hindsight, creating a price alert above that consolidation might have been good to know. And again, to create a price alert, you right-click, create price alert, and then you put the notes in there, and that will let you know. A splash screen will pop up in front of you to make sure it's got your attention and let you know. So you're essentially turning a price point on a chart into an alert. But the genesis of the idea came from this list as we go through and just look for things that might be consolidating. For instance, car might be a good one to create a price alert at recent highs after this. Lithium, again, was trade of the week last week, but it gave a lot of panic selling on the open when the market was down, but it's still in play. Only 15% short. So the lower we go on this scan, the lower the short float, because that's how I have it sorted. Do we have a channel on mergers and acquisitions? No, we don't have a specific channel on mergers and acquisitions. I don't even think we have a filter for it. They just kind of show up under the new symbol. So there's nothing that we would have on that. Okay, yeah, the A table is right here. It's something that I've used a lot, but again, it's just an idea generator. There's no action being called to buying it because it's on here. It's a two-pronged approach. You want to look for things that are consolidating and then find a reason to, for something like this, you might even be counterintuitive and say, I want to create a price alert on a pullback. Maybe this thing will jam down on the open tomorrow, and I can be a contrarian trader, buy when they're selling, but use that 10-day moving average to lean on. That's another way you can use price alerts. But this is obviously shareable, so I can send this out for anybody that doesn't have it. Yep, we'll do that. A table, short squeeze, candidates. All right, Asia, check out APOP, APOP. It's a good name for a stock, APOP. It did a lot of popping back here. However, it was coming back to earth. This is why you don't chase these giant gap ups. I'm sure somebody up there bought that out there, and hopefully they sold it quickly. But, this is where it becomes more interesting. On the trend line, above the 10 SMA, if you were to buy it this morning, you're at 560. Your downside risk is about 520-ish. Much better contrarian entry on that. Now, intraday, it's trying to come to life, and it's way above its moving averages. It could take out yesterday's high, which as it just did as we spoke, and maybe the contrarian algorithms might have something to say about that, like they did with BBIG as it took out that prior high. Wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of consolidation and profit taking from the day traders and the algos after taking out that high. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. No, it doesn't. This thing is obviously in play for whatever reason. We don't have a short float reading on it. Very small float. So that's why this thing trades like a crazy speedboat. It's only got 3.5 million shares in the circulation. So you will see crazy moves in both directions on something with a float that low. Oh no, Kevin, good for coming clean. Good for coming clean, but we only learn through pain. We touch a hot stove. We might touch it a second time and then learn from our pain. And patience really is probably one of the number one virtues you can develop as a trader. Having the patience to wait for your pitch and wait for a bit more consolidation or pullback before you pull the trigger. But I've done it. We've all done it, and that's how we learn. Palladium is down today. Well, isn't there a ETF for that? I forgot. What would be the best thing to look at for palladium? It's been a while on that one, Daniel. Day trade, day PSFE. It's trying to break its downtrend, got above its 10-day. Now that 10-day really needs to become what I call the bird in the hand, where it supports the price. Price might want to go sideways a little bit and eventually maybe take flight, but you've got that 50-day coming right up. It's hanging in there. It's trying to do something. If I don't call myself out, I won't learn. That's correct, Kevin. If you break rules and keep those broken rules to yourself, well, then they don't really matter then, do they? Because you can just find a way to justify it internally. Yeah, I mean, if PSFE midday, wanted to pull back here to, and by the way, this is the second line I use midday is a 5-day average. But to show you how I've configured that in a 15-minute time frame universe, what we do is we grab a simple moving average and we use 130 periods. So 130 periods divided by 15 or divided by 15-minute candles gives us a perfect 5-day rolling average. And oftentimes this line will show up. So what I saw here was a convergence of both of those lines. If there is a pullback to 895-ish, 893-ish, that could be a safe pullback buy for whoever mentioned that. So APOP is going to continue to pop above, huh? Yeah, the algorithms, we're not going to try and grab that one. And if I'm in a selling mood, or let me rephrase that, if I'm in a profit-taking mood and I see that a new high peaked up above a very recent high, selling all of it, sometimes you can have regrets, like you might right here. So it's a perfect time to sell half or 1/3, and that keeps you in the game in case it blasts right through and does the hopeful. Yeah, I don't have any futures, the ability to pull up futures. I might have it on another screen here. Let's see if I can look at commodities. Silver, copper, no, don't have it there either. I thought there was an ETF for palladium, or a stock that closely tracked it. I can't recall. I assume the question is, Steve, what are you? I'm a he, him. I'm just kidding. I am a swing trader. I'm a swing trader. I typed swing as I said it. I stopped day trading about 2008 when the algorithms really started taking over and jerking the market around, and just noticed that pulling back in my time frame really took out the noise. And I started treating daily charts, all right, like I was treating a 5-minute chart or a 15-minute chart day trading. So a pullback in the time frame, smaller share size, the same moving averages still translate, and that was 13 years ago. I've been a swing trader ever since. I really don't enjoy day trading, and especially with my job at Trade Ideas here, I'm expected to give support and help people, and I can't keep my focus. Barry has a great gig because his focus is to stay focused on day trading and his live trading room. So if you're looking for day trading, I can't compete with Barry and the methods that he has. Biggest trades of 21. Let's see. TGB was a good one earlier in the year for me. Let's see here. Yeah, this was probably one of my better ones. So early in the year, I've been not doing that great the last couple months. Just been kind of treading water. But early in the year, TGB was a solid one for me. Trying to think of some other ones. A lot of small cap stuff. Oh, some of the electric vehicles too. But that was all really, really early in the year. Kroger was a trade of the week that was a good one. I was able to ride that one for a while. And again, a great example of just using the simple 10-day simple moving average to keep you in the trade. I think I got out of the last piece right around there. And it's just been chopping around since. But I will be completely honest with you, because I like to sleep well at night. The last couple months have been very hard, and I'm going to attribute that to the horrible breadth that the market has. There's many, many stocks, and a lot of the money that I was making was in some of the smaller cap stuff. The IWM, they had their moments. But the last few months, if you haven't been having core positions in Apple and Google and Netflix and Amazon, that's really where the gains have been holding and propping up the market. Just looking at the S&P and the Qs doesn't tell the whole story. It's still a stock picker's market, and it's been very, very challenging. Third quarter and fourth quarter of 2020 was great. The electric vehicles were just on fire. NIO was a big winner back then. We've got to scroll back for that. But even before that move, there's that move there for the summer and the fall of 2020. All the EV stocks were just on fire. And then that game just fell apart. And the trick is, as a trader, is to recognize when what once worked no longer works. And the sooner you can retool or pull back and go to cash or create a new strategy, the better. If you just keep beating your head against that same rock, it's going to take its toll on you financially and mentally. Oh, I missed the L. PAL. Okay, yeah, so big downdraft. They're calling it a 6% loss in palladium today. I'm currently long TGB again, and let's go back and revisit that. As I said, it was one of my better trades, but this is where I got out. I literally stopped playing it back here because it just posted 2 or 3 closes below my signal line, and that saved me a lot of headache, and I never returned to it until I actually, I think I might have called it out last week when I was doing my support, that I was long here. This is kind of that bird in the hand I was talking about earlier. It pops up, the moving averages flatten out, and the bird in the hand just wants to take flight. Now, I was gambling that the price of TGB, and this is a copper stock, that's why I bring that up. You brought up palladium. TGB is a copper play, and I just feel, the inflation and everything that's going on with the infrastructure, I feel like copper is going to be in demand, but I don't base my investments or my swing trading. I'll base investments. Let me clarify that. I've got some bad investments that are just waiting for them to work out. But when it comes to swing trading, I don't make my entry decisions in swing trading based on what the story is. I make sure the chart confirms the story. And in this case, I was anticipating a decent move, and I was anticipating that this chart was setting up nicely. And so the early bird kind of gets the worm, and it broke through and just gave me one perfect solid day with good volume to think, hey, this thing might be changing its tune. And now it's fine. It's just playing consolidation, and I'm willing to just sit here and let it pan out. And hopefully we have another push out of consolidation in the next few days. So you brought up palladium. I can't really speak to that one, but the TGB is a strong small cap copper play that, again, served me well in the past. But I recognized when it broke back here, took it off my radar, waited for it to do something, and then that something was what I showed you guys last week, that consolidation. Stock trades, some of my ideas come from the A table. Some of them come from just my universe. TGB is in my universe, in my wheelhouse. Pretty much all these stocks on my liked list are things I like to keep an eye on. Smith & Wesson was an interesting trade, but it just can't get back above. It's not on my radar, but I'm watching it. I just kind of keep an eye on things. I have some favorite pet stocks. Also, I got 4 or 5 really good traders that work with us here at Trade Ideas, and we have our own little traders channel, and we're constantly kicking around ideas, over there. Hippo was something that I would have never known about the other day, but, Andy was in that one. Ross was another trade I never would have known about, but these guys kind of keep a sharp eye on what's going on out there. So there's no one real thing that I can point to that says I derive all of my ideas from. But the A table is one of my favorites because they're strong stocks with potential short squeezes. And yeah, this one might be interesting at the 200-day and the rising 10-day. Maybe another day, maybe tomorrow on the open. That could be an interesting entry only because it's pulled back and it's got the metrics for a possible short squeeze. 27% short of 62 million. BLUW is being thrown out. So this thing was dead, just a flat line, and then obviously had some great news. And everybody who chased it at 29 just got a serious burn from touching the stove. And when it just broke right back down, that's just downright dirty. I don't know what to make of this thing. If you're day trading it, then obviously the 15-minute comes into play. But that thing is just nasty. Check in with B Big, see what's going on over there. Looks like it's found its sea legs, holding the 10 SMA we've been talking about all morning. So it's still in play. And what was the other? Oh yeah, wakey. Whoops. All right, some nice consolidation as the moving average is coming up to support it. But I will add this. The deeper you get into the day and the afternoon on the East Coast, the less likely I am to try and trust that these things hold. This momentum line on the 15-minute really does serve me best in the first 3 hours of the day. The second half of the day can get a bit more sloppy as short-term profit taking starts. But that morning is really the power couple hours for that particular indicator. My point about palladium is it's not just drama seeing a move like this. What can a move price of palladium per ounce down suddenly? I don't know. Let's go to PAL and see if there's anything in the news that might give us an indication. Nothing since August 31st. Okay, well, another thing you can do is you can always go to Twitter and you can do $PALL and see what the crowd is talking about using the $ cash tag, they call it. That's also how I'll try to get information sometime, see what the crowd is talking about. And if people are long palladium and they're upset today, well, they might be talking about the reason. But I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. ETFR somebody's mentioning, or maybe not. Oh, EFTR, my bad. Yeah, this thing just doesn't want to quit. A new issue, very strong day. Just solid momentum. I don't think I'd want to buy it up here. I feel like I'd be chasing it, Ideally, these are the kind of things you want to try and find in the morning and then use that momentum line, 10 SMA, for your first few hours as a gauge of where you might want to buy. BFLY, barfly, butterfly. Yeah, it's kind of in no man's land here on the daily. It's regained its upward momentum with a good volume bar. Could be the beginning of something, but when I look at the daily, I almost like to see 2 or 3. 3 days is kind of the ideal place. 3 days of pullback or consolidation before I start to trust these things again. Let's see if I missed anything here. Most talked about scan. Is that something on the channel bar? Is that one of the channels, Kevin? If it is, I'll be happy to go to that channel and take a look. I'm guessing that it might have, we used to pull data from stock twits, but I don't think we do that anymore. But that would be my guess. Social sentiment, that could be, let's click on that and see if the most talked about is on there. Buzzworthy, buzzworthy, blast off. Well, let's click into the configure of buzzworthy and see exchanges. I'm not seeing anything on that one. Maybe it's a, is it a symbol list? Okay. All right. So, okay. So it looks like buzz. Okay. What is buzz? If you go and press that button, looks like we have, so it's basically a symbol list, and it's probably, I believe this is, it's updated probably from like the Wall Street bets or pulling and manually updated. So all you have to do is click into that. I think what this is doing is it's pulling from like the Wall Street bets or some other crowdsourcing channels, and I believe that symbol list is manually curated by somebody here. So that would be my best guess on that. I wonder if you can load symbol lists. I wonder if there's a way to peek in there. I don't know if there's a way to peek in there and see exactly what symbols are in there, but it looks like if you go to this list right here, and since there's no configuration, that was kind of throwing me off a minute ago, no filters, but the symbol list is buzz. I think that this is your list right here. So everything on here is pretty much the entire list of what is considered buzzworthy, what some groups, probably Wall Street bets, are talking about. That would be my guess. Oh, that's a good point, David. You know, the slowdown in car manufacturing, which one of the issues is microchip and processors. Is palladium part of the catalytic converter? I hear people are sawing off catalytic converters, but I thought there was some kind of weird metal in those catalytic converters that was sought after. Well, Kevin, I think if you reverse engineer it and go to that top list, that's pretty much the list because there's no other filters keeping anything out. So everything on there is just going to be a component of that buzz list, kind of backing into it through the side door. There's nothing really that we can do to pull from Google other than what I showed you manually using the cache tag and searching the symbol in Twitter. I do that all the time. I've got a couple of columns of things I want to manage, keep an eye on. There's the only way to share that list, Iris, is to just go in, as I said, on the configure, and if you go to symbol list, go to add existing list, and then find buzz, and then you can enable that. And if you do what they did on that channel, you just have a top list with no filters, no nothing, but you only enable that buzz list. Those will be the stocks that will populate on that scan. Platinum, yeah, it's close. Not palladium, platinum. All right, guys, well, we're a couple minutes away from Barry stepping back in, so if there was something you were holding on to and didn't ask, now's the time. Oh yeah, okay, interesting, Daniel, on the auto angle there of palladium. So maybe the supply and demand and the supply chain break is starting to catch up to the demand for palladium for sure. That would be probably a good call. I can't share, well, let's see. I mean, I can go to the buzz and you know, this buzzworthy, I can share this, but again, if it's not configured correctly, you have to go to symbol list, find existing list, and specify. I don't know if this is going to translate, but I'll share this. If it doesn't translate, you'll have to manually connect the symbol list to show all of those. Copy. And that should do it. All right, guys, I'm gonna summons Barry and let him know whenever he's ready. He can come on back in and take over his room. Just about losing my voice. It's one of the reasons I don't like to click around channels. I don't use the dock feature. I'm what you call a dinosaur here. Just set in my own ways. So when I come back from a channel or something, I got to just accept the fact that I'm only going to see the last symbol, because when you go back to live, it's only going to show you the last. If you want to see everything, I got to go to history to see everything. All right, Barry says he's back in, so I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for all the good questions. Bye-bye.
EFTR talking about a break of 20, and boy did it ever. So the focus right now for me is also on CADL. Okay, CADL, see if it can break 12 on volume and with a good spread. I think it has a chance to do something a little bit similar to the EFTR. It's an earnings play to get up to 14 or 15. I think traders, eventually, even myself, I just have a little piece left of this EFTR. We'll eventually start looking for another one. So, okay, I guess I'm back in. Thank you. Well, I mean, listen, that on something like that, I mean, it can be pretty spready. I just went in, just a minute. I picked a price and I got my fill. I don't know what else I can say to you. The EFTR wasn't that spready when I was looking at it. I mean, it's all relative. It was probably 30 cents. But, I can't really, I don't know how I can help you. I mean, obviously getting market is going to get you in immediately, but, it depends on the spread, really. Yeah, I mean, that's not terrible. 12.15, 12.23 is not terrible. Okay? I mean, for a stock that is doing what it's doing, it's not terrible. HEPA? Wow. I'm just waiting to see if this EFTR can get up to 30. Why not? Okay, let's take a quick look at HEPA. Okay, lots of volume. A big float though for a $1 stock. A lot of volume though came in. Come on, catch up to the ask. All right, guys. Well, it's getting closer. The bid catching up to the ask on the cable. How can you search for the stock of the day? Stock of the day. We don't have a stock of the day. We have a stock of the week, if that's what you're talking. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. We don't have a stock of the day. Well, if you're talking about my video that I do every day, that'll be in our YouTube room. If that's what you're talking about, you can also subscribe to it. Yeah, if you go to my homepage, okay, that's what you're talking about. Okay, yeah, you go to my homepage. Okay. Well, I don't know if you can get all of it. I mean, it's probably in our YouTube room. I mean, I've done thousands of them almost. Okay, so when you go to my homepage and you click on my link, and then right here, stock of the day video, so you can sign up for them here. So here we go. Here are some of them right here. Okay, I don't know how many there are. Okay, well, these are all in chronological order. They should be anyway. Be crazy if it's not. Let me just see. Yeah, it looks like it. Okay. I didn't even know they were there like that. Okay, did you get that? Well, I'm just looking at the bid. Well, I guess, I mean, I'm looking here. I'm looking here. But actually, I'm looking at my order entry, just my order entry at IB. Right now, Cato, right? 1230, 1242. So, listen, I mean, so there are things that I can do. I can go mid if I really want to try to get it right now, but I don't want to go in at 1242. As an example, I can try the mid to see if they'll fill me there. But when I got into Cato, the spread wasn't terrible. It's hard for me, I mean, it's going to change, and of course, it'll depend on the price. What are we talking about in terms of the price of the security? A $12 one is going to be a lot different from a $30 one. All right, guys, we are now, I think we're in the driver's seat now for a while. But I'm not automating. I'm watching. I'm watching it, as it, I'm not automating anything. I'm just watching to see how it's trading. So I mean, a person had all sorts of opportunity if they'd wanted to. Now you could have traded this out also. I mean, it got up to 1280. I can't remember what the bid was at that point. But I mean, at one point this was what, 1217, 1223 for a while. Well, if you're always on the bid, you'll almost never get a fill. Even if the spread is a penny. Unless it drops. Well, earlier on, I said it was a boring day. Hardly now. For me, anyway. Okay, guys, some volume coming into CADL now, CADL. Look at the volume, sorry, right there. See that little volume? We still have, what, a little over 3 minutes for this to close. Love to see the volume approach these bars. But be aware, we've got some topping tails. You've got to take some profit, guys. Okay, we don't know what's going to happen. And because it's been spready, they could just yank those bids. It's not easy. Interesting, Barry. Ugly, yeah. I typically just shy away from BBIG. I just find it way too difficult. Intraday, anyway. You've got to have some conviction, I guess, that you want to hold it somewhat. But I just find it way too choppy. Look at the 15-minute chart. You know, typically you look at a higher time frame and things tend to smooth out a little bit. Hardly the case. Well, we have 1114. I mean, that's what it says here. The VWAP is 1114. Well, guys, we may get 30. My goodness. The FTR. When you say you're, so you've got the on the chart or something. Your VWAP on the chart. I don't have it. I don't have the VWAP on a chart. I just rely on ours, so I don't. All right. Well, that's what we have. We have 1114 also. All right, guys. So I'm out of the Cadle now. It was sort of more of a scalp, but I'm still interested later on. Excuse me. I mean, yeah, the spread. Well, actually, the spread's not. It's got to set a price alert maybe around 1265. All right, now here's one of those acquisitions, one of those SPACs that showed up in the option scanner again. So this SFTW, it showed up. 1057 was the alert. That was just as I was opening I didn't see it actually. The high yesterday was 1087. You can just see if it can take that out, look out. I mean, I'm promising myself not to have the same bias against these that are showing up in my option scanner. Yeah, Cadle is ugly now. I mean, that's a bad red candle moving down, but I say you had to trade that one. And the genie's out of the bottle. Here we go. Interesting day it had. There was the initial reaction pre-market and actually gapped down. Then the first candle. This is an earnings play. Now it's starting to move. And it is from my option scanner 2218. So let's take a look left on the monthly chart, 2457. So it's got room on the monthly chart. Probably that's the same, 2457. I don't think there's any probably no daily resistance. So, I mean, this has got some room. What was that one you were talking about, Ori? A pink SPAC? Ugh. Well, there's a cheapie. Crazy. All right, SFTW, SFTW. What are you going to do? If you take out yesterday's high, which is 1083, not that far away, of course, I'm going to stick an alert at that high, approximately. Because just look left on that monthly chart. I mean, this got, this is, who are they trying to buy? I guess that's, Black Sky to combine with Osprey. NAB's a 5-year, 30 million contract. Also, an investment from Palantir. That was on the 1st. So there's some news on this one. I mean, keep an eye on it. I mean, what's the spread? What is the float? So it's got 39 million in the float. That's nothing. That's not excessive. 11% of it is short. Not shortable. I'm finding this a lot now. Shorts seem to be drying up at IB for some reason. Used to always have shorts for the SPACs. Whew. Genie, guys. Geni. Again, option scanner, 2218, moving pretty nicely. All right, I'm going to, first of all, just reiterate the fact that we have a promo code that is still alive. It was supposed to be ending last night, but because we made a mistake in the emails that went out, we extended it one more day. So if you want 20% off, you can get it. I just put the promo code in there. All right, so if you click on my link right there, that's my homepage link. You click on it, and I think the promo code is still, yeah, so he's made the change, but you can still use the other one, okay? Labor Day 2021 for 20% off. Okay, we were anticipating it would disappear today, but because we made the mistake, we extended it one day. So obviously don't use this promo code. Use this one, Labor Day 2021, you'll get 20% off. And again, from my homepage, save my link, lots of information, especially these two sections, all the education, all the scans I'm sharing. You can also sign up for the Trade of the Week and the Stock of the Day video that I do. So this is free. Trade of the Week is free, Stock of the Day is free, and the education is free. Obviously, you have to be a subscriber in order to have access to my scans. I'm hearing something called, oh, I see. It's a warrant. Oh, here are the warrants for EFTRW. Well, guys, there it is. There it is. $30 EFTR. Wow. And and look at Genie even. I mean, you know, it's not as wild as EFTR, but it's not was not a bad alert. 2218 from my option scanner. Okay, guys, now listen, SFTW. I mean, look, it takes out 11. I mean, it's got nothing but room. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get back up to whatever, 17, or even this one, 13. Okay, I'm not saying that. But, you know, with my style of trading, you know, I'm just looking left to see where it could go before it hits the next high. Of course, EFTR, to infinity and beyond. I mean, there's nothing holding it back. I mean, you know, it's hard to take your eyes off something that like an EFTR. But there are other plays, just more gentle, like the Genie. I mean, you know, 2218, 2257 now, and who knows where it's going. I mean, the next high looking left, as I said, is 2457. So, you know, there's a couple of dollars before it hits that high. And I think it's the same on the weekly chart. Yeah. So, again, I'm not saying it's going to get up here, but these are a little more relaxing than an EFTR. And it's funny because I'm hearing I have text to voice, and now this is not going to show up here anymore, EFTR, because it's outside the price range. The first alert in my option scanner, I mean, I could have seen it earlier, obviously, but in some other scanner, it was at 2218. And the reason being, you might say, well, why so late? One of the filters was not satisfied. Probably was the relative volume filter was not satisfied until that price right there. Well, you can get into any trade at any time by relaxing the filters. First of all, I would never see, for me, I would never see, you know, at 2050, because all my alerts are new highs of the day. So it had to take that out. In fact, that's the reason. That's the reason. That's the reason why it was didn't get it until 2218. Look what the high is, 2216. So I had to take that high out. So I just don't have scans set up for pullbacks like this. So Well, it'll be interesting to see how far it falls once it starts to fall. All right, guys. Yeah, you guys are talking about the blue W. So there it is. Now, again, is this... So this is still a SPAC. Who are they looking to buy? Anybody know who they're looking to buy? Acquisition announced. Whew, wow, what do I think of Skills? SKLZ. I actually traded that one after hours yesterday. It was a quick one, really quick one. They got up to 15 or 13, that's right. What do I think of it? I think in the past it's been a meme stock. Don't really know what to make of it today. Looks like you got to hope that, I don't know if you're looking to go long right now or, wow, look at BLUW now, guys. It looks like the 8 EMA is on the 15-minute chart. Looks like it's trying to cross up over the 20 SMA. So, I mean, that could present a bit of a long opportunity. Boy, this soft W. Whoa, if it gets over 11 and starts to run on some volume. Not a big volume day. Yesterday was a huge volume day for it. Well, just biding my time right now, guys, on the SFTW. See if it takes out this high right there and just starts. I mean, look at the room it's got. Well, I don't know. Let's say EFTR, can it reach 40? Incredible. Especially on absolutely no news. Blue Water acquisition pairing loss as deal gets holder approval. So that is the blue W. Oh, why not just put a put an alert at 40. Why not? We can dream. All right, guys, there's the blue W over 950 again. And again, what's the high here? Well, that's the high. Okay, so there's that 950. There's the high. The next high, wow, it's up to what, 31.24. All right, guys, hold on. Yeah, so I don't, on my page I don't have, but Barry, you can go into, just take a look at the dock channel bar, and after hours is what you can use. Post market, after hours. I just made some adjustments here, like here's the top list. I think I upped the volume. You know, it's up to you. I upped the volume, and here, this is a multi-strategy window. All I cared about was a new post market high. So I unchecked the rest of these. And I think I upped the volume. But you can use, you know, this is it right here, basically. Okay, so that's after hours. And again, it's up to you if you want to up the volume. I just upped the volume. I think the 50,000 minimum. Come on, load. Minor lag here. Why are we doing this again? Guys, I think 40's, well, we came within what, about 50 cents of 40. I'm talking about the EFTR. There we are. All right, well, yeah, well, there's no resistance because there's no, it's an all-time high, so there's no chart resistance like that. Did I see, well, I do see that IFRX was alerted. What did it do? 315, what did it get up to? 320. I think it had news this morning. IFRX, FDA, some FDA news. And HEPA, also HEPA came into the option scanner. And what do we have here? When we look left, we see 210 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. That might be too tough for it to get through. Yeah, if I only put 100,000. All right, I have to make sure my alerts are set here for this one. I'm going to set an alert just underneath $11 for soft W and see what happens. See if it gets up there, what it does, what it's looking like when it's up there, and see if it can. Right now we're chasing it, so nice little base here on the 5. So, we got about 20 minutes right here, resting, and see if it can pop through 11 on volume. Always on volume. All right, now Cater is making a little bit of a move again. This could be one to keep an eye on after hours. Cadle, I don't want to see Cater. Cadle, CADL. This could be one to watch after hours. I doubt if it's going to get near the high, but if it holds in this area, especially if it gets up to 1250 after hours and then starts to move, this could have a nice move after hours. So it's just a matter of, for me, it would probably have to get into that 1250 to 1260 level towards the end of the day, and then just see how it starts trading after hours. And you want volume though. You don't want to do it if it's no volume. Whew, what a day. 144. I'll be right back, guys. Well, guys, BLEW moving. SPACs are wild again, guys. We're back into sort of SPAC madness. SPACness, yes, I like it. And we just got a halt. Well, okay, we got a halt for a blue WU. Yeah, but seriously, SPACs are back in vogue. I mean, they took months off. All right, we're coming out of the woodwork. Spectacular times, yes. Keep them coming, guys. That's why I'm interested in this soft W. I just want to see if it takes out this 11 level. And look at the void. Look at the void. You know, Ader even, you know, after the fall, 8 night, wow. I mean, I haven't really paid as much attention to my option scanner today, but remember, this is a watch list, all right? So the fact that we got an alert for Ader at 10:25, at 8:19, yes, it did this. But then, and you know, I think I did have an alert set here, but I must not have seen it. I don't know, maybe it was while I was on my break or something. But look at this now. So, you know, use it like a watch list. Get an alert, doesn't mean you have to pile into the trade immediately. And if it's not working, then just set the alert at the original alert price. Set a price alert at the original alert price and see if it comes back later on in the day. I mean, look at Ader as an example. I mean, this one even IFRX. I mean, it hit 387 in the pre-market on that news. I'm not saying it's going to happen again, but you never. I mean, I know I use the phrase "you never know." You never know. So the alert was at 315. I'm going to stick on a price alert around 321 and see if it takes that out, which is the highs right there in the pre-market, and see if it can sort of start attacking this area. What do these guys do? Electric housewares and household fan manufacturing. All right, so you are a technology-enabled consumer products company. Home and kitchen appliances, etc., etc. Okay. So again, what sort of room does this have? So you look left on the daily chart and $9. Let's see if 9 stops it. Uh, good for you, Kevin. Okay, so guys, right now other than trying to figure out when I'm going to finally get rid of the last bit of EFTR, looks like getting close. My focus is not too bad. It's starting to drop. The SFTW starting to drop now. I was hoping it would stay in this area right here. But look, my price alert did not kick in, so no harm. Yeah, so right off the bat, when I see no stop, I definitely can't help you. Cannot help you. Hey, give me a moment, guys, I'll be right back. What would I do without you, Becca? All right, so what I said was I'm probably done trading, guys. I mean, I've had my fill today. It's been exciting as all get out. Any questions? I mean, you can ask me questions all day long, of course, but now would be a good time. I'll be shutting the room down in about an hour. Yeah, no kidding. I put myself on mute every now and then, and I just forget. All right, guys, we are now over 11, over 10 again for Blue W. There are many top secret ones. Well, no top secret ones, but I mean, I'm sharing all my scans. I mean, this is the one that I concentrate on a lot, of course, is my option scan. Okay, it just is, it's on another monitor, but it's not top secret in that, you can always access it from my homepage. So that's number one. If TI is open and there are no alert scans open with the play sound on, is it normal to still get symbol alerts? When you say no alert scans open, are you talking about you have them minimized? I mean, if you have so I don't know what you mean exactly, Nelson. When you say you have no alert scans open. See, I don't know if he means they're minimized. Well, yeah, it's not a prerequisite to see scans or to see alerts and to have the sound alerts on at the same time. Is that what you mean? You don't need, I mean, the sound alerts is an option. You don't have to have sound alerts. I mean, it's nice because then you know which scan to look at, but you don't have to have sound alerts on. You're talking about the toggle. So if I turn off all my sound alerts, I'll still get alerts. I just won't hear them. Is that what you mean? So Nelson, did that answer the question? I mean, the sound alerts are an option. You don't have to have them on any window. If you don't, you'll still get alerts. Ah, the sound is off on all the scans, but I can still hear alerts. You're sure it's not a little voice in your head? um, well, okay. I will say this. Unless we've got some crazy bug going, it's almost impossible for you to have the sound off on all your scans and still hear alerts. What's probably happened is you think you've got the sound off, or maybe you've got some scan that's minimized or something you don't realize you have. Okay. Yeah, maybe exactly a pinned window behind something. You just don't realize that you've got it. Because there's no way, no, not the idea of surfing. No, got nothing. In fact, the idea of surfing only goes, well, I shouldn't say that. It'll go to if you have the premium service. But no, Idea surfing does not create sound alerts. So what I would do is this, just try this. Click on Windows and show all. You might be surprised to see, oh, I didn't know I had that one up. Even if you have something minimized, or as somebody is saying, maybe you've got some pinned windows that you're not aware of. I do notice, Becca, yes. Let me know if that helped, Nelson. So, again, do the Windows show all. And then every window that you may have had one minimized. Well, this turned into a crazy day, guys. I mean, at the beginning of the day, remember, I said I hardly had any alerts here. Okay. Okay, do me a favor. Pick a window. Are you using our doc version or a 4 point something version of Trade Ideas? If you click on Help and About, what do you see? Not that it should matter, but I just want to check to see what version you're using. Okay, so you do have the doc version. Now, have you docked any windows? Have you created any docked windows, or are they all still just free floating? Okay, so do me a favor, pick one, get them all up, okay? So do the show all, but pick one of them. I can't do it because all my windows are now docked, okay? But if you picked one and just moved it a bit, do you have a duplicate underneath? The problem is you might have to do that. Okay. Okay, so you are comfortable then. You'd be comfortable doing this if you go to Windows and close all pinned. Would you be comfortable doing that? Save your layout first. And then we just make sure. Because the only other thing you can do is you're going to have to look at every alert window, right click, properties, actions, and you'll see, first of all, when you say you turned off, well, you can turn off all your sound alerts, but I don't think but that's not what he wants to find out, which one is making the sound alert. It is, we already have that feature. Between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing. I mean, I could ask you to do that. If you did that and you're still hearing alerts, then there's really something going on. But what I'd like you to do is make sure you save your layout and then click on Windows and then close all pinned. If you don't have any pinned windows, then nothing should change. And then you would literally have to go through every alert window and also your price alerts window. I don't know if you, okay. Do you have a price alerts window up and running also? How many alert windows do you have on your screen? Once you've done the show all, how many alert windows do you have? So, okay, this is good. You only have 4. Now, so you only have to do this 4 times. So when you right click on the alert window, properties, actions, is play sound checked. And do that for all 4. Well, no, I want you to check to see whether or not the play sound is actually checked. You only have 4 to do. So, okay. So that's, well, there's your answer, number 1. So if they're checked, you're going to get a sound, right? So properties, actions, then you can see right here, now is the play sound checked? Let me do that a little more. So right click, properties, actions. Now, is the play sound checked? You have to look at all 4 of them. Knight, are you asking how to put a sound alert on? Is that what you meant when you said how did you do that again? Is that what you meant? Okay, yeah. So just go to an alert window. An alert window. Right click, properties. Click on actions. And just check the play sound. Now set up sound. So here is how you can put a sound alert on. Now you can use one of the alert windows, could be text to speech if you want to. You don't have to. The reason I say one is that, the whole idea or concept of the sound alerts is you have a different sound for the different alert windows. So obviously if you just put them all text to speech, you'd never know which one to look at. Okay, so yeah, you don't have to use text-to-speech for any one of them, but some people like to do that. Otherwise, use custom sound. And then select. And then we have we have 3 folders. Each folder has some sound alerts. So you can highlight one of them, left click and highlight it. You can open it. You can play it. If you like it, then you say okay a couple of times. And then that sound alert gets attached to that alert window. And you just keep doing that for the various alert windows that you have. There is a way. Okay, Nelson, so it's not coming from an alert window. Okay, so at least we're getting there, okay? Do me another favor then. Go to the toggle between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing and get that slash through it, which turns off all your sound alerts. But I have a feeling I know what's going on, but just give me a moment. I want to help Knight first. So if you click on my home page, okay, I just put my homepage tab, homepage link, sorry. My homepage tab is here all day also. But if you click on it, this is what you'll see. Oops. Okay, so this is what you'll see. So one of the sections, my scans. And I call this a sample layout because it's not exactly what you see here because I'm using docking and all that, but it's very, very close. Okay, plus, you know, this is the one I love, the moving higher with unusually strong options. But I have other scans here. So the answer is yes, I do share. And all you have to do is just save my link, because if you want to take a look at all these, you don't have to do it while the room is open or think you have to do it while the room is open. Just save my link, and then you can do this, you can do that. Also the education link, really strong, strongly recommend that you take a look at the education link if you're new. Not only is it about trade ideas education, you know, the introductory lessons, but if you keep going down, back to basics. So if you're a new trader, this is a great little 36-part video series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. All right, so now Nelson, the only thing I can think of, there's only two other ways you can put sound alerts. Do you have your price alerts window? Do you have a price alerts window open? Do you have a price alerts window open? Not even open, but just minimize, because that also you can put a sound alert. Let me get rid of a lot of these on my. Because I can put a sound alert just the same way on my price alerts. Okay. The only other place. Do you have our premium service? Are you using the AI? Do you have the AI? All right. That's the only other place you can put. Ooh, sugar. Just a minute. Give me a moment. This docking can be a little bit tricky sometimes. What am I doing here? Okay, just give me a moment, guys. Earnings plays up. There we go. Okay, so the only other place you can have a sound alert is right here. Okay, is in the AI. That's the only other place where you can press, you know, the same thing, actions. So do you have a sound alert place for your AI? Well, when you say not opened, it can be minimized. Okay, so when you click on Windows and Show All, so you don't have the. Okay, I have to ask, if you have the premium service, why wouldn't you have the AI open? Just out of curiosity, if you're paying for it. And by the way, Knight, I'm glad to hear that. Are you using Brokerage Plus? You can also put an alert on Brokerage Plus when you get in and out of a trade. Okay, so you're not using Brokers Plus at all. Okay. I was thinking maybe in the simulator. And you don't have a multi-strategy window also, as somebody pointed out, I think Becca pointed out, you don't happen to have a multi-strategy window? Because that also will, you can put a sound alert there. Well, you've stumped me, Nelson. If you turn it on again, I mean, it's hard for me to not believe. Believe is the wrong word. Understand how if you've gone through everything I've just said and you've unchecked all those sounds. And you're sure it's coming from Trade Ideas. It's not something else. You know, and like another program you've got running outside of Trade Ideas. I mean, I'd love to take your layout. The problem is that here's my layout and it'll get replaced. So no. Multi-strategy, no. It's all or nothing. I haven't even looked at root. I'm sure root, let's see, we got the alert at 650. That really hasn't moved. Okay, so, but man, let's take a look left. What do we see? Looking left, the next high looking left looks like it is about just underneath 7, right? 686 or so. Maybe a little too tight. If it can get through that though, might be an interesting play for tomorrow. Well, Ernesto, let me answer your question this way. There's been a lot of interest in it for a long time, but the powers that be at Trade Ideas have not seen fit to add it. You can add the EMAs to the charts, but as far as the filter is concerned, no. But as always, we collect these emails, info at trade-ideas.com. Just say, how come you guys don't have EMAs as part of your filters? Okay. All right, Aja, you're making me look at R-Core. Last time I saw R-Core, it had 60,000 shares. All right, little, little move here. Now it's 100,000. What's the spread like? Actually, it's not terrible. Actually, it's pretty good. 890, 895. Rubber toe, you yoded that one. Root WSB play looks like. I'm going to answer that question for Becca. Your risk is based on your account size, Valparaiso. Okay, I don't know if you're around 1020. I talk about money management a little bit. So I start off by saying something like, if you have like a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. Okay, so in the simulator, I always risk $100 in the simulator. And so it's just a matter of your account size will dictate how much you're going to risk per trade. So, I mean, if you had $1 million account, I guess risking $1,000 a trade is fine, right? But if you have a $5,000 account, risking $1,000 a trade is crazy. Well, at least it's an Amex play, Ija. I haven't seen you call out too many Amex plays in the last little while. Well, here's the other thing. I mean, that's why we have a simulator. You can practice trading in our simulator. It's using our real-time data. Practice trading. The different stops that Becca was talking about. You might develop your own type of stop, but I mean, practice trading. All right, guys. So I'm just going to put the announcement in. Closing the little room at 3 o'clock. All right, guys, getting not too many new alerts, which is absolutely fine. That EFTR trade certainly took a lot out of me. I mean, you really had, lots and lots of staring and making sure something didn't collapse on me. You really got to be careful on those sort of trades. When they work, they're fabulous, but you know, you cannot just wander away from your computer when you're in trades like that. Oh my goodness. Sorry guys, I'm just following an email discussion. I've said this before, some of you will have heard me say this. I just think that some people just try to overcomplicate trading. Anyway, does AI I have to try to, I'm sure you meant the AI, give you, did you mean those types of trades? I'm not sure I understand what you meant. Castanoi? Okay. So when you say those types of trades, are you talking an EFTR? Yeah, typically not because like an EFTR, I'm not saying you wouldn't get anything that could have a move like EFTR, but not an EFTR because there's not enough history. Okay? It requires a back testing of, usually about 60 odd days at least. Okay? So you would never get an EFTR as an example. Could you get something that might perform like an EFTR? Maybe. Not often though, because I mean these, just because of the nature of the back testing, you probably wouldn't zero in on something on this day. Well, I'm using Ricardo. I'm using I always use the application. I never use the web. The web-based version is okay if you can't use the app for some reason. I'm going to try to get to the bottom of your situation, Nelson. Yeah, so we do have a web-based version, but if you can use the app, the downloadable application, it's way better. Typically, people not using it is because they have an Apple or a Mac, something like an Apple product, and so they want to use the web-based version, and they're not prepared to use Parallels or some other emulator. A lot of people at Trade Ideas who have Apples, that's what they do, though, and I think people in this room will attest to the fact that using an emulator on your Apple product works very well, but I understand some people just don't want to do that. There you go. All right, Nelson. So you're trying to tell me that all you've got now is a solitary toolbar, and that's it, nothing else. Okay. So I'm going to, okay, basically I'm done trading. So this is what I'm going to do. Okay. So you're trying to tell me, so I'm going to close all my windows now. I'm going to close all my windows. Okay? So you're trying to tell me that's all you've got. That's it. I mean, I've got nothing else. I just have a toolbar, and you're trying to tell me that just by having a toolbar, you are still getting sounds. Well, I mean, you know how crazy that sounds. Because, that's all I've got is a toolbar. I mean, it's virtually impossible because you have there's nothing to alert. But you can't be you can't be surfing. There's nothing to surf. Even if you said currently idea surfing, it doesn't matter. There's nothing to surf. I'm not sure how anybody could even help you. Even if you said, you'd have to really prove it to them that you just have, when I say them, one of our tech guys, I don't even know how they could prove that. You're trying to tell me that you're hearing sounds and all you have is a toolbar. That's it. Yeah, but even right now though, I closed all my windows. I went close all. I closed all. Okay, so there's nothing. There's nothing. If I go down to the icon here, there's nothing. It's just the yeah, maybe I mean reboot or something. Because I can't see how it can be a sound. It's virtually impossible for it to be a sound coming from trade ideas. If all you have, promise me, all you have is the toolbar. That's it. Nothing else. Windows, close all. That's all you've got is a toolbar. Toolbar does not generate sounds. Channel bar though, no, I mean, I can click on the channel bar. Here it is. But even here, there are not supposed to be any sounds in the channel. But even here, it won't matter. Yeah, maybe do a reboot or something because I mean, I'm not trying to. I suppose like anything, I suppose is possible, but I mean, it just seems virtually impossible that if all you have is a toolbar, like I've got here, moving it around, that you're getting sound alerts from trade ideas. It's sorry, I'm just. Well, Nelson, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Um, Even the channel bar will not generate sounds on its own. Yeah. Yeah, but you're right. I mean, that will turn off all the sounds. That's not his issue. I mean, we know that works. He turns off that. You know, that's a sound toggle. That'll shut down everything. But he has promised me that he only has 4 alert windows, and he's promised me that he's looked at each one of them by right-clicking, properties, properties, actions, and he's unchecked the play sound. Now you have to say okay and save. I mean, you know, that's the only thing, other thing. You just can't do this, of course, and then cancel. You know what? Yeah, when you come back, send me your layout. I'll just close my layout down. That's okay. Send me your layout just for fun. That's the only way I could prove to myself. If you send me your layout, I'll load it. I'll get rid of my layout and I'll load it. And I'm gonna take a look at it. Well, it's intriguing. To me, it's just intriguing. Meanwhile, Ater, A-T-E-R. Wow, I think that alert was at what, 8:19? So I'm just waiting for Nelson to reboot and then send me his layout. Well, I think Valparaiso, the idea though, is that if you can't, I mean, start off in this. Just a minute, please. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. I just have a package, so I'll be right back. All right, guys, sorry about that. Where was I? It costs nothing to join the room. The room is free, Chris. So how to send the link? So, I haven't opened the box yet. So to send your layout, file, okay, file, save or share to cloud, okay. Click on entire, give it a name, whatever name you want, and then save and share. And then once you've done that, then Control V to paste it in. Okay, so did that make sense? So again, file, save or share to cloud, click on entire, give it a name, save and share, and then then that means it's copied, and then paste it in just using with Control V, and then I can take a look at it. Okay. So Chris, yeah, the room is free. I mean, obviously, what you're seeing here is Trade Ideas. The program is not free, but the room is free. Yeah, I don't know so much about bouncing off the VWAP. I mean, we have a VWAP break. I don't know so much about bouncing off the VWAP. I mean, we do have a filter or an alert. And you know what? I know we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, and I actually had it up and running. I couldn't figure out a way really to effectively use it. But crossed above the VWAP and crossed below the VWAP, these two. You just sent where? Nelson, when you say you just sent it, where did you put it? I'm looking for it here. Paste it in here so I can look at it. So just paste it back in. Yeah, there is some documentation on the backtester. I mean, listen, the backtester is a really advanced topic, but in fact, let me just see here in the education section. Let me, before I say anything. So, I mean, brief on the backtester in the lessons, but I think there might be a you know what? I don't have one. What you might want to do is just send something to info@trade-ideas.com. Okay. And ask for some documentation on the backtester. I thought we had something in that education section, but I mean the backtester is a really advanced topic. My guess is that like 0.5% of the people with Trade Ideas use the backtester. Okay, Nelson. I'm waiting for that link. All right. File. Save or share to cloud. Click entire. Give it a name. And then save and share. Okay, so now you have copied your layout, and then once you've got that link copied, then here, where you have right underneath where you Control V to paste it in. And then I'll see just like this, watch. I'm gonna go to my, so here's a scan, okay? So well, it's not quite the same, but you know what I'm saying about I've copied it and then I paste it. And there's the link. You see, I've pasted it in. By the way, guys, it looks like CADL, C-A-D-L, is not going to do its thing after hours. Okay. Now what I have to do is I have to close all my windows. There it is. Okay. So here's your layout. Now this has nothing to do with it. So, okay, top lists don't do anything. Okay. Oops. All right, I'm just looking at this one. For some reason, I'm just waiting on this. Okay, you have it on surfing, but let's So now are you saying that even if you close down the windows, now let me just close down this channel bar. Aha! I asked you if you had pinned windows. Well, see, you've got one pinned window underneath, it looks like anyway, or you've got this underneath it. Yeah, so yeah, I'm just getting an alert. Aha! There's your culprit. I just got, yeah, I just said KDMN. Okay, and that's that because you had this underneath. Okay? It's not even pinned. It just was hidden. Yeah, well, it's because it was covering it. But that's the reason. I just got an alert for GSAT, a sound. What's happened is, you see, this for you it looks like this. Okay, so you can't see this underneath it. Okay, but you have to. But it's not pinned. It's just that it's underneath it. But I can tell you, I mean, that's the reason. I mean, it's right there. See, properties, actions. You've got the play sound checked. It's text to speech. Okay. Okay. Well, if you move this momentum scanner right there, move it off it or down, or it looks like that's the only one. I'm just looking. Just wanted to see if there's anything else underneath. Ah, ah. Not that this is going to give you a sound, but you've got some windows underneath. Okay. So you had a topless window stuck on, even though it's not pinned. For whatever reason, you have it. You have two of them. Okay, so you have to find this one. I mean, I can only do so much. You have to find this one. And again, if you do the windows, show all. This one was covering this. Okay. Okay. Okay, guys, I think that's it. Let me get my layout back. It was kind of fun, actually. I'm not tech support, I'm not true tech support, but always try to get up for the challenge. So glad that we could figure it out. Okay, guys, that is it now. Thanks for all the help. I'm going to just set this down. And again, just so that you guys know, there is the promo code still available until 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time tonight to get 20% off. Okay? So when you click on my homepage, if you click on my homepage, you're going to see another promo code. Don't use that one. Labor Day 2021. Okay? So don't use my promo code. Use this one called Labor Day 2021. I hate surfing. All right, guys. Wow, what a day. I mean, a couple of really exciting trades there, obviously, with the FTR. So I will shut the room down now. Let me just get my script together. Tomorrow is Thursday. That's right. We have a short week this week. Just give me a moment here. I just have to change a couple of things in my exit. Okay, yes, I'll shut the room down now, guys. So I shall open it tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Hope everybody has a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.